I wonder if someone like German lady will try to join. Hmm. I don't know. I guess her time would be different though. They're 5 hours ahead of us, I think, or something like that. See what time is it in Germany?
Okay. So, oh wait, let me see. Is that pin the message?
It's 3:50 in Germany. Well, I don't see why she wouldn't be around.
Kind of cutting out a little bit. Like
my internet. It could be my internet because it likes to cut out. I gotta adjust my shit. It's been messing up where it cuts out every 5 minutes. So it could be me. Yeah, it's 3:50 p.m. in Germany. Not that it matters. Yes.
I don't know if she'll come in, but anyway, so yeah, the reason that I was that we're making this live is what's coming with YouTube. If you've noticed, lately, when you go to pin a comment or anything like that, it'll tell you need to verify your account. Australia's had to do that. Different countries are making their users, provide their real name, their real identification, their government issue ID. The reason that they're doing this is they're trying to say that it's just for our safety and your safety and blah blah blah. But in reality, just like in the past when they simply changed the rules and made it retroactive, so all these creators that were monetized all of a sudden they changed the rules and said, oh, well, if you use a swear word within the first 30 seconds of your video, then you don't get monetization anymore. And they just changed the rules just like that. So all these content creators were like totally screwed, because of that. And there's no recourse they could do about it. It's just, hey, you agree to subject to change without warning. Those are the rules. And so how this has not been fought in court and won, and no legal precedence has been established to where you're signing a contract with them. You're not allowed to violate the contract, but they can do it all they want. And that's somehow legal that you can just, what's the point of a contract if only one person is going to be held, accountable for the contract and not the other? That's not a contract. That's a breach of contract. And YouTube and Google is horribly guilty of doing that. All companies, corporations are doing it, just subject to change without warning, without notice. When the fuck did that become? It's been around a long time. And a lot of times it's like, oh, well, it didn't really matter. They don't really do anything. Cell phone companies do it. They'll offer you a plan. All of a sudden, no, we don't want to give you that data package anymore. Sorry, you're not going to have it no more. We're going to drop you down. Now, all of a sudden, everything that they sold you on is gone. And if you violate the contract, they're going to come after you to finish the contract out. If you say, well, you're not providing me with what I need anymore, so I have to go somewhere else that does provide. And then if you just drop the contract, you say, all right, fine, screw you, I'm not paying. They come after you legally when they were the ones who violated the contract. So when you say, okay, fine, I'm not going to continue on, I don't agree with these changes, then the contract should be null and void. If they change the contract, you should have the option to opt out at that point. But when it comes to social media, what do? So here's what they're doing with this new information that they're demanding from you in order for you to go any further with YouTube. You don't understand what's about to happen. If they decide to cancel you, or just the democratic mob rule of YouTube decides that you're canceled, you can't come back. And that's across social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. They're all tied together. So if you put in your name and information and license and all that, you are subject to being banned 100%. Now you can come back with a limited function, but that's it. You're not going to, and then that's even going to get more and more and more limited to where you don't have anything. You're not going to be seen anywhere. So yeah, fine. It'll look like you're there, but you're basically shadow banned if you're not a confirmed user. And if you are confirmed, then it's just a snap of their fingers and you'll never be allowed on social media again because you violated the terms once or twice, whatever it was. And that's it. You can't come back. You're done. So that's their way of killing the dissenting voices that have something to say. And because we have too much power, and they realize that. So this legal thing that they're doing, you've got to understand what's on its way. And I told Aaron about this earlier, was that farmer who had his crops getting stomped down by the hogs from the woods. And then one day he decided, well, they're stomping down all this corn and they're only eating a small amount of it. So let me just take the small amount that they do eat and just set it over by the woods, and then they won't stomp down my crop. And so he does that for a little while and it works. And then they just come out to eat the corn and leave because they don't want to be out in the open anyway. So then he decides, well, I got an idea. I'll put up a fence, one side of a fence. And the next night the hogs come out, they see the food, they see the fence, they're a little worried, but whatever, it's just doesn't hurt us. And they get the food. Then the farmer comes out and he puts up another side of the fence. Again, the hogs do the same thing. They're like, well, it's not that big a deal. Who cares? It's not hurting us. Then he comes out and puts another side of the fence. And now he's got a fence like this. And the hogs are like, well, okay, it seems a little cramped, but that's okay, whatever. We're still getting we can come and go as we please. And then the farmer puts in the other side of the fence and leaves the gate open. And then the hogs come in and go. They're like, well, it's getting a little harder to get the food, but that's okay. And then all of a sudden one night he just comes out while the hogs are in there and just closes the gate. Boom, you're trapped. And that's how easy. And that's what's happening with social media. They're putting up these little fences that don't seem like it matters. Not a big deal. It's no big deal. No, they're setting up the fence. They're setting it up, and you don't see what the fence is and what's coming. You will be banned across the board. You will have no say. And at any moment, all that could change. Your freedom's gone, whatever that is, online. So be aware of that. That's coming there, and nobody's talking about it.
I kind of think, wasn't that like what George Orwell's movie was about? In a way,
they're already arresting people for thought. They're arresting people for thought in England. You're getting jail time for the guy named Adam. Ironically, his name was Adam. Got arrested for praying outside of a church. Outside of an abortion clinic. Silently praying, just quietly praying outside of an abortion clinic for the slaughter of babies. And that's not a life, they want to say. Oh yeah, but then you'll jump on the bandwagon. Oh, we found a microbe on Mars. There's life on Mars. You call that life, but you're not going to call a baby a life. You'll call that life. Oh, we found a microbe on Mars. Oh, we're searching for life throughout the universe. Well, let's where are we drawing the line here on what life is? Is it a microbe on the planet Mars? Or some other planet that we could find a life form on that was life? You call that life? Well, when's a baby have that? When does a baby have that luxury of being called alive? Once it's born, and even then, the liberals want to say, well, you got a little bit of time after they're born to still, because they're not quite, you know what I mean? Like they keep moving that goalpost of life, and everyone seems to be okay with it until you're trapped in that pig's pen, of the farmer store where they shut the gate. Now you have no freedoms whatsoever. And they keep doing this, acting like this is the right thing to do. And you don't understand it. Like what all is really going down. And, everyone makes these referrals to 1984, George Orwell and things like that. But hey, Clary, what's up? And everyone's thinking that this is going to be the easiest thing in the world to understand. And it should be, but it isn't, because you're being attacked by so many different angles, and they're slowly shutting down every avenue that you have to have a free voice online. And it won't be long before you don't have any. You either go along with the program or you shut the fuck up and disappear.
Can I play this video? It's 11 hours old, and it actually seems like it's discussing something that we're talking about. Here, listen.
Yeah,
If YouTube were to follow its own policies, and rules, and if it were to act fairly, then they would ban Brian Tyler Cohen and David Pakman instantly.
In this video, we're back with Tim Pool and the gang at Timcast IRL. For a variety of reasons, Tim Pool suggests that Brian Tyler Cohen and David Pakman should be banned from YouTube. With that, let's watch Tim Pool annihilate the woke progressive left's idiotic commentators.
If YouTube were to follow its own policies and rules, and if it were to act fairly, then they would ban Brian Tyler Cohen and David Pakman instantly. Over the past 7 years, there have been serious scandals on YouTube pertaining to algorithmic manipulation of content. But something interesting happens when it overlaps with politics. YouTube gets scared to take down liberal politics, but has no problem taking down conservatives. There have been many individuals on YouTube who get flagged relentlessly and suspended and banned for their political opinions. Strangely, liberals never seem to, despite the fact that they seem to break all of the same rules that YouTube claims they're enforcing against. Notably, algorithmic manipulation of content. Recently, there was a big story about AI-generated Trump videos that were really weird. It was weird stories. One that went viral recently was that Carolyn Levitt was having a debate with someone and insulting a journalist. I can't remember exactly what. Someone fabricated this content. Now, admittedly, fabricating AI content is very different from attacking the algorithm with a singular content purpose. But I will tell you this. Without blowing up anybody privately, I know some comedians who got banned for focusing on one particular dark issue. It wasn't overtly political. It didn't break the rules explicitly, but YouTube said it broke the rules because it was promoting content that was detrimental to the audience. That is, in several instances, people for political reasons have been banned. Now, to be fair, I don't want David Pakman banned or Brian Tyler Cohen banned or Luke Beasley or many of these liberal personalities banned. I want them to express their opinions. But I do believe that YouTube should not allow this degree of algorithmic manipulation that these guys are engaged in.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess I don't want to play it too long, I guess. But yeah, so not only are they censoring people, but they're censoring their opposition, any opposition. But then if you're liberal, you can break all the rules you want, but if you're right wing, you can't do nothing. You can't even have an opinion that's opposite of theirs because they'll just say this is harmful or disinfo or whatever. But yeah, it's always been they incrementally, slowly, people are like frogs in the pot. They're slowly cooking them. But that's something I've seen for a while, but I don't know if people really knew how serious it was. Like they're actually killing people over this is what people don't realize. It's worse than people think. Because in my opinion, it's so bad now, like it's literally killing people. Like, so it's worse than even being censored, like, because you can't, if you had info to save a person's life, they won't even let you do that because they'll claim that if you try to save someone's life, they're trying to claim that you're a murderer or something, and it's the opposite of that. So it's like literally YouTube has blood on their hands, in my opinion. I could explain it better, but it's like, I don't know. Everybody's so because they're dumbing people down, and it's like, why is not only that? There's this other guy that I had on here. Let's see this other dude. There's another guy called, or there's another video. It's called "The Death of Intelligent: Why Modern Society Celebrates Stupidity," and it's like I've talked about that forever. They reward stupidity and punish intelligence, and that's conditioning, because if you're rewarded for being stupid, you're gonna, people chase the clout, they chase the dollar. So if you get, and YouTube has a way of promoting people, so if you act stupid, they'll promote you, but if you're intelligent, but if you're not political and intelligent, they might let you through. But it's hard to figure out sometimes.
I just realized I was muted. No, I'm slowing down. I'm gonna make another coffee. Be right back.
All right. I'm like, at this point, it's like, fuck it. People are begging to give up their freedom for nothing. People are begging to be slaves. Like, you look at these people like Colton, they worship tyranny and then act like they're against it or something when he worships communism and shit. And you talk to these people, everybody I talk to, they're so fucking dumbed down, lobotomized, weird. They're like, murder the babies, worship tyranny. Oh, I love communism. And you're like, what the fuck? It's like, if these people are really begging to be slaves and die, it's like, I'm sitting here like, fuck it. Let them all fucking die and be slaves. Maybe this is a good thing. I don't know. Like, fuck it. Fuck these people. They want to act like zombies. Well, let them figure it out. They're all so fucking smart and all this shit. I'm to the point, I'm like, hey, they want to all beg to be slaves and beg to die and beg to give up all their fucking freedom for nothing, because they've been told. They're like, hey, censor yourself. People are so just willing to censor themselves nowadays. If you're like, oh, don't smoke on a live stream, don't drink, don't cut, like you said, they make it so you can't cuss. And everybody's like, oh, okay, now don't cuss. Oh, don't. And everybody's just so willing to do that. Like, oh, you got to follow the rules. Don't cuss and smoke. And so I have my zombie theory. I'm to the point where I'm like, maybe the zombie virus is a good thing. If people really are this shitty and dumb and fucking retarded and just, there is no courage nowadays. And the only people that have fake courage are these liberals. The liberals are willing to shoot at a president and like clip his ear and get their head fucking turned into a canoe, or go to jail like the other guy. He's in jail now, and he for attempting that. And it's like, the right wingers do absolutely nothing. They have no courage, will not fight back whatsoever. And then the leftists, they're willing to die and go to jail and give up everything to support like the corruption of government. They're like, oh my God, I can't believe that you're going after the corruption in the government. Let's burn down Tesla dealerships. And you can tell all these leftist liberals, they're all dumbed down domestic fucking terrorists. They're all protected. They can do whatever
something
Yeah.
else is that so a while ago YouTube gave the option to make these it's not for kids, and that was a great option. You can now stop that from having kids on there also, and if it is for kids, comments are not allowed, so you can't have people in there fishing and letting saying things underneath
That
the
was a
comments.
big conspiracy within that. The reason they had to do that
Well, I
was,
agree with that.
yeah, but they
at
were
that
forced
point,
to do that.
The point
They
I'm
didn't
trying
want to
make about
do that.
Hang on. The point I'm trying to make is that they give you that option, and then they still tell you, even though it's made for adults, you still can't curse. What else are they going to implement in the future? It's not made. These are adults. You have to pay for this service. You have to pay for, to be online. And it's not meant for kids. And now they're like, well, you can't swear within the first. Now, what else are they going to change in the future? And are you comfortable going ahead and giving them your private personal information so that you can be banned forever? Even if you're following the rules and they decide to change the rules, move the goalposts, which is what they've historically already done. What's going to stop them? Are they done moving the goalposts now? Hell no. You're screwed, in the future if you give them that information. So that's why I'm saying you got to be aware of that and don't do it. Don't fall into it. It ain't worth it. There's what they're going to do with that is you don't see it. It's coming. They've already, they're slowly putting those little fences in there, and they're going to close the gate soon. I predict by the time whatever happens, the Democrats are the liberals are going to fix the next election, because they're look at how they're acting now. Imagine in 4 years' time, what's going to happen when it comes election time again, the type of riots they're going to do. They can't stand it. They're only allowed, they call democracy their opinion and not yours. That's what they call democracy. That's mob rule. It always has been. A republic is, a democracy is two wolves and one sheep voting on what's for dinner. And that's what they want. And you're the sheep. They're the wolves. And so a republic is that well-armed sheep contesting those results. That's what you want. You don't want mob rule. That's a recipe for disaster. Every time they keep saying democracy, oh, our democracy. This isn't a democracy. This is a republic. And every time democracy is mentioned, even by Republicans, and all that, I hate it when they say democracy. Oh, our democracy, our democracy. Democracy is mob rule. And liberals are allowed to have their say, but Jesus Christ, when they force it so hard, when the nation votes and we don't like you don't get to stop and go, well, okay, we got outvoted. I guess that's democracy. You don't get to turn around and go, oh, that's a destruction of democracy. No, because you lost. Now you don't have that well-armed, you're not the well-armed sheep. Now you got what you wanted. You can't do anything about it at all. You want to be the well-armed sheep, but you want it to be democracy. That's the well-armed sheep. That doesn't work that way. It's one or the other. What we have is a republic. Now, granted, it's a democratic republic based on democracy, but it's not democracy, period. So, that's where it gets real slippery slope. So, and people act like it's not a slippery slope that we're on, or that, allowing the gays to get married wasn't going to, there's a big fight for that. And they finally were saying, okay, why you shouldn't be able to tell, who loves who and how you express your love, blah, 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 blah. Oh, what's the worst that could happen? Well, now you've got the LGBTQ community enforcing into schools. They want your kid to dress up as a tranny and dance for them. That's what happened. That's the slippery slope. And if you stand up and say, hey, I believe in Christ and I don't believe in this type of behavior, they're like, oh, don't shove your beliefs down our throat. What the fuck are they doing? They don't let you have a belief. They don't let you. They'll shove their beliefs down your throat. But if you stand up and say, hey, I don't want that. Oh, now you're the bad guy for not letting them shove whatever the fuck down your throat that they want. You know, that's where this is all going. And there seems to be just this big push to ignore what's going on. I mean, Trump's fighting back with, you know, the woke movement and all that stuff, but it's so much deeper than that. And it's not going to stop with just killing the woke movement. That's not going to stop. They're going to come back a whole nother way. They're not going to stop. They never do. They're not going to stop until absolute and total destruction happens, or you shut down and you got people forced to do things they don't want to do. And like China, where they've got to put suicide nets around the buildings people work at.
Yeah.
Well, I saw what was hanging up my StreamYard. I took that off. I wonder why I was locking up. Okay. But that's what's happening, man, and that's what's scary to me. That's just scary.
Well, we're actually there is a lot going on. Really, the next steps are going to be real big. Because the whole point of dumbing everybody down is so they can get away with this. Because if people were smart, the greatest threat to the corruption in this world is intelligent, smart people. That's why they're trying to dumb everybody down there. That's why he got was this RFK's trying to ban like a bunch of the toxic chemicals in our food. And it's like all that's made the dumbest down. And there's this new thing saying autism's on the rise. And I'm making a prediction. I'm like, in 10 years from now, 100% of the population will have really bad autism. And that's what they want. They're dumbing everybody. And that's how they're going to that's how they get away with this. Because when you just talk to an average person about anything like this, they're like, oh, they're just so fucking out of it. And they worship the tyranny. So most people, they think they're beating the system by worshiping this tyranny. And that's why you get these people who are like, I'm communist and I love communism and shit.
They don't understand what it is. They think that they do, but they don't.
And then you ask them about it and they're like, well, we'll go to China then. And they're like, well, China's not real communist. Communism's never really been tried before. And it's just like, they're just so fucking blown stupidity. And then when you talk to these people, they're like terrorists. Like, it's like all these liberals are literally like these people that burn down Tesla. Like, so why are they so mad at Tesla? Because they tyranny and fraud and all this shit.
You're cutting out real bad.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe turn off your cam.
Yeah, my internet.
Your cam's probably eating up your bandwidth.
It's just my internet messes up sometimes.
Hey, maybe turn the cam off. It might clear up the audio because you're cutting out and that's reduces the is that Colton? Who the fuck is that? Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's yeah.
Damn, you're
There's
still cutting out.
That's some trans guy that was news.
I can't hardly hear you, dude. You're cutting out. What do you got going on your laptop or anything? Do you have anything? You might want to shut that down and clear up your bandwidth.
No, it's either my internet likes to mess up. I gotta fix it. It comes and goes. Like it'll work really good for 5 minutes and then it'll quit working. Yeah, but that picture is, yeah, it was some guy on the news and I thought, hey, that looks like molasses or Colton or somebody. That's funny. I wonder if I can change it.
But yeah, that like I said, that we've got some serious issues coming up that are, it's scary to think of what's happening and what everyone's letting happen.
Have I told you about the 4 steps to the zombie apocalypse?
No, it's that.
Okay, there's 4 steps to the zombie apocalypse. Step 1 is it's turn everybody into zombies, and it's called demoralization. And then step 2 is called destabilization. That's where they infiltrate the media, the government, corporations, the military, law and order, economy, just everything. And it's like, well, does it seem like everybody's zombies? Yeah. Has the corporations been everybody's shit? It's very clear that as stage 3 is called Christ. That's where they dumbed everybody down. Everything and everything, all down to the point it creates a crisis. That's what's happening right now in Canada. They're so fucking stupid they can't even operate their systems.
Dude,
you know, people
I can't hear anything you're saying.
Buy gas, all this shit because
You're cutting out really bad.
Let me reset my phone. Let me reset my phone. It might be my.
Yeah, close out your windows on your phone and all that stuff. Maybe that's eating it up. So also Aaron's got some new merch coming out. Just some samples I've got from a place. I want to see how good they do and what we can do with that. So he's got some merch, hat, coffee mug, a shirt. Oh, there you go. I'll go ahead and remove this one. There you go. You're muted.
That's weird. Hopefully it's better now. Is it any better?
Yeah, you're not as locked up. Sounds like your camera is nice and smooth.
But yes. So stage 1, turn everybody into zombies, and that's called demoralization. That's to demoralize. That's why they promote anything that has no moral. That's why a lot of these zombies, they have no morals and values, and that's kind of the whole point to everything. That's why they'll promote weird things, like that's why they want to make your sexuality a political thing, because it's about demoralizing you and everybody else, and that's why they like evil, weird, dumb stuff.
Well, look at what was going on in Hollywood. Remember what all the black actor and male actors were talking about, is that they had to get you in a dress. They had to demoralize you.
Yeah.
And once they did that, they knew they had you compromised, because it's a psychology thing. So once they can break you down and let you become, or force you to become a gender that you're not, then they know that they've got you under their thumb, that they can do. Once you agree to that, that's pretty much your barrier, your personal boundary. And once they break those personal boundaries, then they can, where's the boundary now? You know what I mean? Like, what will you not do? You've already done the one thing that that's like making somebody be gay who's not gay, make them do a gay act in order to continue in Hollywood or whatnot. And so now they've had to, they've broken down that, and that's what Hollywood's been doing, to the rappers and things like that. They make them do a gay act, and they like, how bad do you want it? We used to think that's what happened to women. When they went to Hollywood, they had to, get on the casting couch. We all heard about that. Now that's a porn site. But that's where it like began, like women to get ahead in the industry, no matter what, there was like some kind of sexual favors they had to do, like the whole Weinstein thing, which turns out that was all fake, because he had his balls removed in the 90s. And all of those, the Harvey Weinstein thing, that all went out the window. All the court cases got dropped, because as one by one, as these women kept coming forward going, oh yeah, he made me fondle his balls. He made me do this. And that was like the big thing, is that he made them fondle his balls. And that's where that's why they kept it off the news, what the actual act was, that there was supposedly the sexual harassment. And then come to find out that when they asked these witnesses or whatever, what to describe his private parts, they couldn't do it accurately because they were lying. He didn't have balls. They were removed in the 90s due to cancer. So they were all lying. They jumped on the bandwagon, and hey, guilty until proven innocent in Hollywood and on, the public stage, the court of public opinion, you're guilty until you prove yourself innocent. And by then it's too late. You've already been smeared. So that's what they do. They know how to work that system. They're not stupid. This ain't the first rodeo. So, the whole Harvey Weinstein thing, with all these women that came, all these actresses that suddenly showed up, and everyone just immediately assumed that Harvey Weinstein was this pervert that was forcing women to do all these things. And the whole Me Too movement, it was like a damn TikTok dance they were all doing in the legal system. They had to get their 2 seconds of fame, 15 minutes of fame or whatever. And they didn't care if they destroy somebody. It's part of it. They'll get some money and or get their name into it and get on that list of people that is protected from being canceled. You know what I'm saying? And they're so terrified, because this is their career, is Hollywood and public opinion. But then they don't care. That's the weird sort of juxtaposition of that, is that they don't care when they go and these actors come out with their political opinions. They don't care if they marginalize their audience, they polarize their audience, so, and lose half of them when they come out with a thing, as if that's what, like, who cares? Look at all these actors that I no longer have respect for. Jack Black, Robert De Niro, all these actors. Jim Carrey was right on the verge there for a while, and then he pretty much backed off. He knew better. But these actors that have just marginalized and killed their career, trying to do what Hollywood tells them to do. They pay them enough. They're like, oh, well, I'll get away with anything. I can, and then they don't. They lose their whole career because Hollywood wanted just a glimpse of an actor or actress that had the same opinions and wanted you to believe that this is just the way it's supposed to be. And you're a bad person if you don't agree. You're not allowed to have your own opinion on it. That's not valid. Your opinions are not valid. It's this whole invalidation campaign from the left that you're not valid. And then the right is pretty much just sitting there going, these guys are crazy, which is also a form of invalidation. But which, where are we supposed to go with this? Like the left used to be all right. So in other words, Republicans are now fighting for what Democrats used to fight for. And now Democrats are now, because Republicans are fighting for the same thing that they wanted, now all of a sudden that's bad. And they want to push it to a whole another way the hell off the scale. So who fills the gap of what Republicans used to stand for if they're now doing what Democrats want? Do you see what's happening here? They're sliding everything to make it like, wait a minute, what happened to the right? Why is the right now fighting for what the Democrats were fighting for back in the day? Now all of a sudden, now what? It's like the Democrats they don't recognize that. They don't want to recognize that because Republicans are just, I don't know, just crazy no matter what compared to a Democrat and liberal. And, sorry, I'm looking at a message. So that's what's weird to me is what's going to fill the gap of what Republicans were standing for. Because Democrats are always leaning towards communism. So if Republicans are now fighting for what Democrats were fighting for and we're agreeing to it, how much longer before the Republicans slide further left and slide further into the communism? We say we're against it, but yet here we are fighting for some of the same things Democrats were fighting for, which is, again, the slippery slope. We're going down it.
Well,
Kelsey said he would buy Aaron merch. Look, see that? Let me see.
well, right now it's the Gandhi Network merch, but I guess we could end up making Aaron merch too, probably. Yeah, and here in a few days I'll be wearing that hat, I guess.
Yeah, that's
Few
coming.
days or a few weeks or something.
We've got that shirt. We've got, this is the back of it. I'm going to have to mute. Going to have to mute. All right, that's a fucking enough. I've got
Well, one thing is I was able to predict the George Floyd protest 2 years in advance. And I literally was I called news agencies, even Alex Jones. When I called Alex Jones, I kept calling until I got a hold of somebody, and I got a hold of Rob Dew, and I told him, I said, dude, did you know about this thing that's about to happen? This big protest that's going to burn down cities and shit. And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm like, what do you mean you don't? You're supposed to be Alex Jones. And so I don't like Rob Dew anymore. But I was able to predict that 2 years in advance somehow. And it was weird because I like totally, and then I watched it unfold. And then all the other stuff happened, like the medical tyranny, but I didn't predict that though. But I was able to predict that protest for some reason. And it's weird because it kind of sucks because I was making videos predicting it, and then they get shut down and stuff. And I'm like, this is freaking weird. I can't never show anybody like that I know things, and I'm not, and because that would really, if I had videos showing, okay, 2 years in advance, I predicted this, and then it exactly happened the way I said. So I'm like, okay, I predicted that. I did really good at that. I couldn't predict everything, like I couldn't predict the medical tyranny, but I was able to predict the George Floyd protest pretty much. And I'm like, I was really shocked, and it was weird because I was literally calling tons of people. I was calling the mayors, the senators and congressmen, and they just, I could not get through. I even called Alex Jones and could not get nobody to fucking acknowledge anything. And I'm like, you know what, fuck it. And then I watched it play through, and then I watched how it went down and compared it to my own theories. And then I'm like, okay, that's over and done with. What's the next prediction? And it's like, so I was watching Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones just recently. They were making predictions, and I was listening to it, and I said, 80% of this is true, their predictions. And they were saying there's going to be a trigger event, and they were saying they think there's going to be these false flags and race wars. And I'm like, no, because I out predicted Alex Jones on the George Floyd thing, and I decided I can out predict them on this. And Alex Jones is saying there's going to be a trigger event, and I'm saying I can predict this, and I think I got this new prediction now. And stage 3 is called crisis, and that's where everybody's been dumbed down, dumb fucking down, big time. We live in an idiocracy, and they got everybody. That's kind of my zombie thing. They've turned everybody into fucking mindless zombies, and that creates a crisis. That's the trigger event. So there doesn't need to be another false flag. That was stage 2 events. Stage 3 event is you don't need the false flags anymore. Now everybody's so stupid, this system collapses. Kind of like in California and Canada, it's all collapsing and everything. And anywhere that's democratic is collapsing. So my next prediction is everybody's so dumb, the system collapses, and from that will come some major war. And I'm noticing a lot of people don't, like, there could be a civil war. And I noticed, like, I was watching Scott Adams on his community post. He's got the fake civil war, and he said, well, and a lot of people go, well, what's going to happen in the Civil War? It's going to be a bunch of leftists versus right. And it's like, no, that's not what's going to happen. The Civil War is going to happen like this. You're going to be fighting Russia and China, and they're going to call it a civil war, but you're not going to be fighting left versus right. It's going to be, right wingers probably versus, you're going to be fighting Russia and China on your home soil, and they're just going to call that a civil war, but it ain't going to be a civil war. That's going to be you versus Russia or China or whatever. And people say, "Oh, well, Russia can't even take over Ukraine." That's a whole big game, because when they were taking our tax money and giving it to Ukraine, they just funneled that to Russia too. So, they're not really. It's a big fake war, because Russia could really fight better than they are. They're just doing this as a big ploy to trick the EU and all these people and steal their money or whatever.
Hey, I'm going to go check on my little one. I'll be right back, but keep talking.
Okay. But yeah. So the next event is just everybody's a fucking zombie. And then there's supposed to be violent coups, and I think they're going to try to overthrow Trump and all this stuff. Trump ran as a Democrat. But no, I know they're censoring free speech, but a lot of people just seem to love it. They're like, "Oh, censor yourself." They promote stupidity and stuff. It's like, why is I Am Speed even famous? What qualities, what skills does he have to even show why he got famous at all? It's like he acts stupid, and they promote that and they reward that, and they know if they give I Am Speed $1 million, he's not a threat to the establishment. There's nothing ever that lobotomized fucking idiot can ever fucking do that will threaten the system. That's why they don't mind giving him money. They know all he's going to do is buy a Lamborghini and be a fucking idiot. And they know he will never have enough IQ to fight the system. And that's one way they sell people out and stuff. And then other people will see I Am Speed and go, "Hey, maybe if I'm that stupid, I can get $1 million too." And people, so if you act stupid and all of a sudden you get 1 million views, well, you're going to keep acting stupid to chase that 1 million views. That's why you get these toxic TikTokers who just go around, harassing everybody and making content. Because people, they're going to chase the clout. And so that's where that's why they want to convince people.
I'm here. I can hear you.
They can.
You're the only one on screen right now.
They can, because they can manipulate the algorithms. They're like, "All right, if you're stupid here, we'll manipulate the algorithm and promote you. But if you're intelligent, they're like, okay, well, we're going to manipulate the algorithm and punish you." So they reward stupidity and then punish intelligence. But Yeah, the next step is everybody's so stupid, the system collapses. Then I think the next step after that is some big war. Um,
I'm going through the merch.
yeah. Let me see if I can find the Tucker Carlson video. Here, this is a. What is wrong with this?
Terrorism.
This is on YouTube. Let's see.
Leading into some triggering event. Things are aligning for this summer. And I know that folks in the government, their patriots, are aware of that. But I think that the spokespersons and others need to really get ahead of all this calls for violence and not just repudiate it, but talk about the Democrat leadership and their talking heads that are pushing it. I mean, we've seen.
Oh, well. He thinks there'll be like false flags and stuff. But I'm. Because I always kept wondering, well, what's the trigger? What's the trigger? And I kept thinking it would be medical tyranny. Because if people fucking knew how serious that was, that would be a trigger. And it's like, well, is anybody freaking out about this? It's like, I've only seen conspiracy theorists freaking out. And it's like, your average person is just not a conspiracy theorist at all. They're lemmings. They submit. They don't. Nobody has courage nowadays except the liberals. They're willing to shoot at people and die or go to jail for just stupidity. Like you look at that Ukrainian Trump shooter guy. Like clearly the guy's a fucking retard. You know, like what the fuck does he think he's doing there? You know, but cigarettes. And then the right wingers, they won't do nothing. They're like, okay, we found all this fraud and corruption. So how many people got arrested lately? None. But yet, who's getting arrested? Only Donald Trump got arrested for his, fake charges or whatever. Back in steroids. You can tell. They've dumbed people down so much. That's why RFK, he's trying to get all the toxins out of the food removed. It's like, that's what they're doing. They're hitting us with this broad spectrum attack of just every angle. It's not just the toxins in the food. It's not. They got all kinds of stuff. I literally think they have a zombie virus, but I don't think it's just that either. I think they also got all the chemicals in our food. And I got these articles that say, Dr. John Campbell, he's got this one article where autism's on the rise. And so it says right now, if you look at the chart of autism rate, it goes up and up and up. Every year it goes up. And right now it says 1 out of 30 people have autism, but it's like, this isn't because we become more aware of autism. It's because they put more toxins in. There's more toxins in our food now than there was ever in history. Like old food back in the day, they didn't put a bunch of toxins and stuff in there. And then you find out, well, who owns these corporations that are putting the toxins in our food that causes autism? It's like you find out it's like literally Philip J. Morrison who owns these cigarette companies and stuff. And then they actually own like the FDA or whatever, or these the government. That's what Idiocracy was about, where they said like Brondo bought out the government and then made it to where you had to eat Brondo breakfast, lunch, and dinner or whatever, and everything was Brondo. And it's like we literally live in that. We're past Idiocracy, in my opinion, because you look at the average fucking person nowadays, and they're fucking brain rot. Like all the kids nowadays, it's brain rot, Skippity, Ohio, toilet brain. And there's tests that they're doing and saying when these kids got brain rot, it lasts forever. It lasts for, and they're kids nowadays. They said they can't even talk. They got brain rot like you wouldn't believe. And so kind of the thing, if you can talk at all and you're not retarded, people will think you're insane. If you think 1 + 1 = 2, everybody is going to think you're insane. Literally insane. If you don't just worship tyranny and want to be communist and just everything. So,
can you hear this?
Emergency protocol
Yeah.
DI now in effect. This is not a test. I repeat, this is not a test.
Transmission live from Gandhi headquarters. Can't process what I see out there. Numbers rising on my screen, red lights flashing everywhere. Something's coming through the walls, I need to stay on air. Base. Wicked, feel the dread, let's go. Subwoofer rumble, hear the underworld hum. Gandhi pull the levers.
And you were right. I ended up changing the site anyways. Every time I make a video, it's different. People go there now. I mean, not much.
Heavy like a guillotine drop. Gandhi network, never gonna stop. Control the mind, control the soul. Trap step, swallow you whole. Networks alive. Bow to the Gandhi, the unseen priest. Drop.
Yeah.
So yeah, you'll have that merch soon. It's gonna be fun to see in it, see how it fits, how it come out. I gotta end up getting samples of it so that I know what it's gonna be, before we start selling it. And then I gotta set up, a way to pay for it, a way for people to pay and order what they want, the size they want, and everything else. That way, it's a third party doing it, and they can order it whenever they want. Stuff like that. It's cool.
I might see if there aren't some local places that could make it, and then that way when people order it, well, either we can have it both ways. We could do it third party, so that way they're like, well, they're not doxing me. But if they're not worried about getting doxed, then
they can either we'll make it available on the website, so they can just order it there, and then they can get it directly there, and then that'll be the easiest. Otherwise, it'll be an online store, so they'll be ordering, and they just submit their order, and it goes straight to that store, and then I'll have to figure out how to set that up. But first, I just want to make sure that the quality is there. We can review it and see how it all came out. If it looks good, if the screen printing is good, the embroidery is good, make it worth the money. I don't want some cheap shit, but at the same time, I'm trying to stay under a $20 price tag. $20 is easy. Everybody's got $20 they can spend, so trying to keep the product under that amount. And that's going to be kind of tough. That's really what I want to do. If it 30 is a little bit more, for some reason there's a price break at 30 and people don't want to, and yet that's about what it's going to cost, as of right now. But these are samples, so we're getting the samples coming in. We'll find out what they look like, and then we'll look to see if we can't get them, to where we can sell them at like the $20 price range, under 20, if I can get it to under 20, like 18 or something like that. But it's tough to get the shirt and the printing on the front and back for less than $20. I mean, that's just tough to do. Plus shipping that will be wherever they're at. That I'm not in control of. I mean, I guess I could do a flat rate, but it would, jack the price up. And if they're going to be shipping in Europe, then they need to be able to pay in what the price difference would be in euro and everything. So pounds and stuff like that, whatever the difference is. So if they're ordering from Europe, then they'll get the European price, price sheet and all that. Well, it depends on where it's being shipped out of, Kelsey. If it's being shipped out of China or something, which I'm trying to avoid, that could be what's costing it so much, Aaron, is, for the samples, is because of tariffs. So if there's going to be a tariff that we're dealing with, it could be a bad time to be trying to sell stuff overseas, unless, it's made in America. But, if they're buying a product made in America, then there won't be a tariff, or maybe there will be. Let's see. We'll find out if I can find a place in America to do it, and then shipping. So it's going to take a little time to iron that out, but there's not a huge rush. But at the same time, I don't want to drag my feet on it too much. But yeah, and as time goes on, yeah. But I mean, what did you think, Kelsey, about the products? Did you see them? I could throw a couple more on there. Here's the hat. Here's the back of the hat. It is a fitted hat, so you're able to, you know. What do you think, Kelsey? Is that something you think you'd want? It's simple, nothing too crazy. And then we've got a coffee mug too. I don't have a good image of it. Let me see if I can throw an image of it up there. It's this one and that one. But these are the coffee mugs, and then I'm going to show you what the mug actually looks like, because I don't have a demo of that mug. So where's the mug? Oh, I ran out. Okay, I have to remove something. But anyways, the front of the mug is this one. Looks like that, and then the back of it looks like this. But the actual, let me remove that. And then let me add the actual mug. Looks like this. So it's that kind of a mug, but it has this on the back and that on the front, which, you know, yeah, it's cool looking. It's comfortable, you know, and it'll have Aaron's logo. And then that you just scan with your phone, goes right to the website. You could probably do it now and it'll go to the website unless you're on your phone. Yeah, cold or hot. I don't know if it's dishwasher safe or anything. It'll probably say on it whether or not it is. But I mean, it looks like a nice little mug. And like I said, Aaron's getting all of this, so he's got this. I sent all those samples to him, so he'll be able to try on the hat, the shirt, and have the mug. So he'll have those soon, however long it takes to make them and then ship them out. I don't know. So that's we're looking at everything about that, what kind of time it takes, and all that stuff. So, and then the shirt, which is kind of cool, is the shirt does have our logo in the back. So it has the logo on the back, then that's the back of the shirt, and then that's the front. So, and this is just the beginning, you know, just some cool stuff I might do the Quantum Firewall logo. I'm not sure. We'll see. But like I said, I just wanted to test the quality of the product and see if it's something that's worth having and all that good stuff. All right. I'm going to get back over to Aaron. Where you at, bro?
I'm here.
All right, you're the only one on screen now.
Oh,
I'm gonna mute for a sec. But yeah, play whatever clip you were gonna play about. Didn't you say there's a Tucker Carlson one?
yeah, I tried to play it, but it's Alex. I can find it again. Hold on. Or I played the wrong one, but there's some more. Actually, here I think I found the right clip. Let's see. No, let's see. I think it's this one. Excuse me. I think it's this here. Let's see. Breaking Tucker exposed. Fuck. God damn it. 24 days ago. Oh, here it is. This is it. This is it. Okay. Yeah. This is it. Here we go.
So that's why they're mad at me. It's why they're mad at Elon. It's why they're mad at you. Is that we are trying to collectively get people to wake up because the wheel on the ship is so heavy and so big, a few of us can't turn it. But if we get more people politically engaged and aware, together we're able to turn the wheel as we're about to go over this waterfall 5,000 feet and get killed.
Let me see. No, that's not the right one. It's not. What the fuck's going on here? Here it is.
So the last piece of all the pre-programming I've seen is that to have these uprisings, we're going to need something much bigger than George Floyd, much bigger than Jesse Smollett.
So I predicted the George Floyd, so he's saying there's something bigger than that. And I'm saying, I kept wondering this too, because I'm like, well, I predicted that. Alex Jones didn't predict that. I did it by 2 days in advance. I wish I could prove it, but I can't because YouTube is a fucking bitch. So, unfortunately, I know it. So I know it sounds stupid, but it's like, oh, well, that's why I'm like, okay, well, I need to make, a new prediction. And so Alex Jones is going, oh, it needs to be bigger than George Floyd. And so I sat there and thought, okay, what's the trigger mechanism to the next phase? And I kept thinking, oh, it's going to be medical tyranny, because I'm like, when people find out, what the fuck? Like that dude. One guy I watch here on YouTube is Dr. John Campbell. And he exposes a bunch of stuff. And I'm sitting there like, if you're watching John Campbell and listening to anything the guy's saying, you should be flipping the fuck out. And it's like, nobody is, other than people that seem to be in the aliens and conspiracy theories and literally like weird shit like aliens. These people are more awake to this. But you go to the average person, they don't think that way at all. And they actually think that's if you even have any conspiracy mindset, or it don't even have to be, because all these conspiracies have been proven right. So it's not a conspiracy. It's literally the truth, and people can't handle that. People would rather worship a lie and stupidity than to believe in the truth. They hate it. It's like they act like real truth. Literally, like if you say 1 + 1 = 2. They literally lose their mind. They can't take it. They hate it. But they'll worship the most propagandist, propaganda, brainwashing, and just flat out stupidity. But let's see what he's saying here.
So I am predicting on the current trajectory of what they were saying before and what they said, the final piece they need for this destabilization that they'll label a race-based civil war that will then crash the markets to be used kind of like the predictive programming in the movie.
So he said maybe there'll be like some race-based civil war. And it's like, I do think one of the next steps is civil war. But he said maybe there needs to be this trigger. And he's like, so there's going to be false flags. Plus, we're not done with the video yet. But he's saying, oh, it's got to be bigger than George Floyd. Oh, it might be this. And then he goes on to say it might be that. But let's listen.
That came out last year, Civil War, to have a bunch of states and the main military join them in a military operation to remove Trump executed inside the Oval Office. And so that's the dream. That's their backup plan. You have the two camps. One camp is kind of the Chucky Schumer, completely evil, but isn't particularly publicly pushing that, though he has famous whirlwind, we're coming after you speech.
But he's an old man.
Absolutely. So you have the Soros wing with Alexander Soros that more and more is in charge and is really making a run at escalating domestic unrest and terrorism, leading into some triggering event, starting things are aligning for this summer.
My guess is.
So he's saying a trigger event. So what I've done is I want to be able to predict what is this trigger event. I'm actually very curious about this. What is the trigger event? So he's coming up with theories of what he thinks the trigger event is. And so I think that he could be right. But I wanted to know, and I thought about it, and I sat around and I thought about this and researched, and I decided the next trigger event. So he's saying, he said maybe race war, maybe George Floyd, and I'm saying no. I think I figured out the trigger to the next big thing. Because he said there needs to be a trigger to the Civil War. And I'm saying, I think I figured out what the trigger is. The exact trigger. I think I figured it out. And it's not what Alex Jones thinks. But he's right. In his prediction, he's like 80% right. But I'm going to disagree with that he's saying there needs to be this trigger. And I'm saying, here's what the trigger is. This is the trigger. Okay, listen. They turned everybody into zombies. That's all you need. That's it. You don't need anything else. They dumbed everybody down. They dumbed them down. And when somebody's turned into a zombie, I notice I watch them and think, okay, how are they acting now? What are they doing now? And I've noticed when somebody gets infected, they become extremely mentally ill, a lot dumber. They can still talk, walk, and function to an extent. So it's like they can still seem somewhat normal, but they're not. They're like these leftists where they're fucking deranged, mentally ill, worship the most weird, fucked up, disgusting, demoralized stuff. So another word for zombieism would be demoralization. They have no morals and values, and then they act like they support morals and values and stuff. So when I see somebody get infected, they start stalking everybody. They become narcissistic to the max, or psychopathic, or like a psychopath or a sociopath or whatever. They become mentally ill, unhinged, deranged. They start stalking and harassing everybody. They'll worship things that normal people don't like. And that's where you get, it's not all about this, or what I'm about to say. Like, that's why they promote this gayness and stuff, because, you know, or just anything. That's why they'll promote just anything bad, basically. They love anything bad and they hate anything that's good. But
Well, that's evil. I mean, again, evil trying to destroy anything that's innocent. And why the liberal or Democratic Party has adopted this so hard, is it is. Who was it that said, blame the other person for exactly what you're doing, and then that will cause confusion?
That's probably like Karl Marx or somebody said that. I don't know, but that's a Democratic.
Or somebody.
Nancy Pelosi or somebody said that too. Yeah.
Well, that's the smear, their political smear. She make up a bunch of lies. Mm-hmm. It's the smear campaign. And then by the time that everyone figures out what's happened, it's too late. They've already they've accomplished their goal. And so, and these are the kind of games that they're playing with the psychology of the America. And there's nothing, you can't, how do you fight that? I mean, obviously it didn't work. And like they're like CNN and MSNBC's audience is so tiny, and they act like, the only audience they have. I mean, there's even the smallest YouTubers that are relatively successful have bigger audiences than them. It's ridiculous, but they act as though they're representing all of America when their own data doesn't even support at all what they're saying at all. Their own statistics, their own data, their own polls, all can contradict exactly, what they're saying. And they just continue to pretend that there's something they're not, or as big of a popular opinion as they are, and they're not. So I wonder at what point will they accept the reality? And I don't think they will. They're so far past it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let me play this video a little bit here. Or a couple minutes in. All right, listen.
And I hope I'm wrong, that there is like legitimate hate and extremism on social media, to the point where it makes me uncomfortable. I'm thinking that maybe a lot of that's manufactured, actually, and that if there is a mass shooting, and God forbid, but if there is a mass shooting of the people who've been targeted for hate or actual hate, it's true, on social media, that will be used as a pretext to shut it down.
Absolutely. And
has this occurred to you?
yes,
because I see people on social media who I know for a fact, I think I know, are being funded by the very people they're attacking. It's like, what? Including one of the biggest businesses. I know that's true. And it's like, what is this? And it's clearly preparatory to some sort of event that will shut down, a violent event that will be used as a pretext to shut down speech. Am I being paranoid?
in August 2020, I mentioned earlier, there was the article in the New York Times with John Podesta covering a war game they just had, that if Trump was able to win, they were going to have blue states secede and blue cities secede, and then create civil unrest and civil war conditions. And then when they knew Trump was going to win because the polls were so incredible, a few months before the last election last year, Raskin, Carville, Podesta, all of them said civil war conditions. We're going to need to have uprisings. Carville said that. Trump's coming to kill you. We got to rise up, Carville said, and others. And they are clearly escalating with the Tesla attacks and the swatting attacks and ultra violence. The 55% of liberal Democrats in the study want Trump killed. They're embracing real terrorism, real domestic terrorism, and that's building towards what I believe is in the cards. Because you see the Democrat pundits and their operatives everywhere before the election and after it, the last 78 days or so, saying once he got in office, Trump and Tom Homan are going to kill migrants. And when they do, there's going to be an uprising. And well, Trump's not going to go mow down people at an illegal demonstration. You also have them saying Trump supporters are going to attack black people. Well, where would black people be alone in big numbers? Church, university. Trump supporters are going to kill black people. And we know a lot of the globalist groups have been funding white supremacist groups and domestic terror groups and basically run them historically. So the last piece of all the programming I've seen is that to have these uprisings, there needs something much bigger than George Floyd, much bigger than Jesse Smollett. And so I am predicting on the current trajectory of what they were aimed before and what they said, the final piece they need for this destabilization that they'll label a race-based civil war that will then crash the markets and be used kind of like the predictive program last year. A bunch of states and the main military joined them in a military operation to remove Trump when the Trumpian figure in the movie is killed, executed inside the Oval Office. And so that's their dream. That's their backup plan. You have the two camps. One camp is kind of the Chucky Schumer. It's completely evil, but he isn't particularly publicly pushing that, though he had his famous whirlwind, we're coming after you speech. But he's an old man. Absolutely. So you have the Soros wing with Alexander Soros that more and more is in charge and is really making a run, escalating domestic unrest and terrorism, leading into some triggering event, starting things are aligning for this summer. And I know that folks in the government that are patriots are aware of that, but I think that folks and others need to really get ahead of all this calls for violence and not just repudiate it, but talk about the Democrat lead.
Oh, wow. But hey, Alex Jones, I got bad news. It's too late. I tried to warn you 2 years in advance, fucking 8 years ago. Well, I guess 2 years before that. So it's like, because I wrote down the date that I told Alex Jones, and then I said, well, now I want to write down the date he finally reports on what I predicted. And it took 2 years. And I wrote it down, and I said, that's a serious prediction to predict something so far in advance. But now he's starting to make predictions like me, and I'm like, wow, because he learned from the last time he didn't get it. So this time he's realized, hey, plus they sued him and all this shit since then. So now he's been made even more awake. So now his predictions are more accurate. I'm saying that could be 100 to 80%. He might be totally right. But I also sat there and made my own predictions, and I out-predicted him last time. So I'm like, watch, I'll out-predict him this time. He could be right, but he said there needs to be a trigger, and he said, oh, maybe some race-based civil war. And it's like, I think there's a trigger phase, and then after that, there will be a civil war. And then after civil war, you get stage 4. So I don't know if I explained stage 4. So stage 1, 2, and 3 is basically turn everybody into zombies and then take over. And it's going to be a one world communist dictatorship. And but in stage 4, it's called normalization. But stage 4 is a complete reversal of stage 1, 2, and 3. And that means, so in stage 4, it's no longer turn people into zombies. In fact, stage 4 is...
I'll be back.
Okay. And stage 4 is a complete reversal. And so stage 1, 2, and 3 is turn everybody into zombies. Stage 4 is get rid of the zombies. So even though these Democrats will do something like promote pedophilia and the murder of children, in stage 4 they don't do that anymore. It's all that shit was to turn everybody into zombies. But then once they gain full power, the zombies will turn on them and stuff. So that's why when Stalin came into power, he did a great purge. And the people he purged were his own supporters. He murdered his own supporters. So when Hitler came into power, he killed his own brown shirts, his own supporters. When Mao came into power, and this was called Tiananmen Square. So Tiananmen Square is stage 4. Okay, and that's what's next in the cards for us, but that's not the next thing. There's 1 or 2 more steps before we hit step 4. And the next step is the trigger event, then the war, and it could be civil war. But also it says war, and also wars that can include civil war. So it says it could be a civil war, or it could just be you get invaded by Russia. And it's like, that's why Joe Biden wanted to fuck up the military, and he had that General Miley or whoever guy, and he was like totally fucking retarded. That's what he did. That's why the Secretary of Health was this like transgender luggage stealing freak. And anywhere where a Democrat takes control, they destroy that area. Kind of like Gavin Newsom destroying California. And they literally destroy it, like they're burning that shit down. But if people only knew what they're doing with this medical tyranny, I kept thinking, if that don't start a civil war, because that's what I thought, because Alex Jones is saying there's going to be some race-based trigger. And I kept thinking, no, it's going to be this medical tyranny. You know what I mean? Like, that should be really freaking people out. So if that, clearly, nobody really freaked out about this. You have not heard of anybody really freaking out. Shows you that everybody's a zombie. But I wanted to know, because this has happened. So Stalin did this, Hitler did this, all have done the same thing. So this has happened in history. What we're going through, they just do the same. Whatever worked for Stalin and Mao and Hitler, that's what they're doing to us. Because that's what has proven to work. So they're like, okay, this is a proven strategy. This is how we fucking take Russia over and China over, and now America. Hold on. Light my cigarette. So I wanted to know, I know there's a trigger next. So Alex Jones is sitting there even saying there's some trigger, and I'm saying, yes, we can agree there's going to be a trigger. And I said, I want to know what the trigger is, because I think the trigger is going to be medical tyranny. And so I looked into it, and I looked into history, and I found what was the trigger to the next step, because I was able to predict the George Floyd shit. Well, that's over. That's like saying, okay, that was step 2. Okay, now we're over step 2. We're in the middle of late stage 3. I think it's late stage 3. And I wanted to know, okay, what was the trigger that they've used before? And so Alex Jones is saying, well, he predicts it's a false flag attack or race wars or something way bigger than George Floyd. And I'm saying, here's what I think the trigger is. The trigger is they fucking lobotomized everybody. They're all fucking walking around like just brain gone. We live in an idiot. We live beyond the idiocracy. If there was a sequel to Idiocracy, that's where we live. There's an even dumber Dumbland. And what happens there, because stage 3 is called crisis. And what happens in stage 3 is everything has been corrupted and dumbed down. And just everybody's been turned into these mindless fucking buffoons. And they're not only that, they've been made to worship evil. They all worship evil. When you get infected, you just worship fucking evil. You want to be evil, and then you claim that's good and stuff. And then they do the weird projections. They start fights and play victim. They get all narcissistic, psychopath, weird. And then that's normal. And then they're all autistic. And Alex Jones was talking about, he went on to explain, he's like, well, I think they're going to use fucking like MK Ultra autistic motherfuckers. And I'm like, see, we need this. We need to talk about this, but I can't get the fucking clip where he's saying that shit. I got this other clip, but he don't talk about the autism and shit. But RFK was saying autism's on the rise and all this stuff. Oh, let me turn this on. But so I wanted to know. I'm like, okay, I know there's going to be a trigger event. And I'm like, I want to know what it is. And I kept thinking, if it ain't medical tyranny, then what the fuck is it? So stage 3 is called crisis. What does crisis mean? It means everybody's so stupid, the system collapses. And it's the collapse system. So Alex Jones says there needs to be a race war to collapse the system. And that's what'll crash the economy or whatever. And I'm saying, no, that's not the trigger. None of that's the trigger. It could be. Now, there is a chance it could be. But I researched into this and wanted to know, well, what's the trigger? Well, the trigger is everybody's so stupid. Walmart can't operate anymore. Your power company can't deliver power because the linemen are walking around like fucking mindless zombies and they can no longer function and do their job. Everybody literally becomes a zombie and they're like, duh, and then that collapses the system. And it's like, if you look around and if you have half a fucking brain and you look around and you talk to people, they're all fucking mindless zombies. Bad. And they can talk and they can walk and they can look normal and stuff. But it's like, if you have a normal brain and you look at any person nowadays and you're normal, you can see the contrast. And that's the thing is, if you've been turned into a zombie, you're going to think that's normal. You know. So I'm even making another prediction. In 10 years, 100% of the population will have severe fucking autism. And if that's the case, if you look at the movie Idiocracy, they call the dude retarded or whatever. And they're like, oh, well, you're a retard and your shit's all fucked up. But they're like, well, my wife was retarded and she became a pilot. And it's like, what do you think that smart people become pilots? So what their definition of retard is smart people. So now, if you're smart, they call you retarded. And that's what smart means. So you're not called smart anymore. Now you're called retarded. And it's like, that's what you're experiencing when you talk to these dumbed down people and they watch the news. and think they're being informed when it's 100% lies, 100% of the time, aimed at like psyopsing these people, brainwashing them. It's pure propaganda, and then these people act like they're informed when really they're brainwashed. And then so not only do they think they're informed, and so sometimes I ask, so when somebody tells me something that I know is propaganda, I'll ask them, I'll say, hey, where did you hear this from? And they're always like, I don't know. It was on the news. What news? Like if I heard something from Alex Jones, or if I did see something on CNN, I know I'm watching CNN, and that's why these people really are zombies. They're truly disconnected from reality. They can't. They are not in reality at all. So somebody was telling me something yesterday about how they were having this issue or something. And I'm sitting there thinking, oh my God, that's you're disconnected from reality. Like dude, people really are in a trance. People are walking around like hypnotized, tranced out zombies. And then you throw in brain rot and shit on top of that, or drugs. You know, the Democrats like vulnerable individuals. You know, they prey on these stupid people. Like, look at the Trump shooters. Like, those people were fucking legitly retarded. And they're using these, they call them useful idiots. You know, they're using them as weapons. And Alex Jones did get into that in one of these videos, but I can't figure out which one. Or whatever. Hopefully but we're in late stages. So we're in the stage like you were saying, that first the farmer made a fence. Then he made a second fence. Then he made a third fence. Then he closed the gate. We are at the level where they're about to close the gate. That's the next step. The next step is, yeah, they close it. So even Tucker Carlson said, I think they're going to do some weird race hate speech stuff on the internet, and then they're going to use that to shut down free speech. And it's like, so that's what we're talking about. They're going to shut down free speech. Yeah, they're already doing it, but they're trying to make it look like it's to save your life or something, or to protect you, when really it's to kill you. Like these people, the people censoring you aren't doing it because they actually genuinely care about you. They're doing it because they want you to fucking die. They're a bunch of fucking murderers. Literally, these people, they want to so they get in the government, and then they get with people like George Soros, and they're like, yeah, I want to murder people. And then you get their little zombies, like people that support them. They're like useful idiots, you know. I could name names, but I'm not gonna. So I don't know. Tucker said something there. He's like, well, they're gonna do this thing to censor freedom of speech. It's like, that thing you said you think is about to happen, I hate to tell you, it already happened. So some of these predictions they made, it said they made this April 10th. This was posted at 12:57 p.m. April 10th, 2025. So not even a whole month ago, they posted this. And it's Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones. So it's like, oh, you can say Alex Jones is stupid. Well, what about Tucker fucking Carlson? Is he stupid too, I guess? So everybody's just fucking stupid now? Because you could say, oh, well, Alex Jones is an idiot. What about Tucker Carlson? Is he an idiot too? Because he's sitting there saying it too. And they'll be like, yeah, he's an idiot too. And it's like, well, who do they support? And they'll tell you somebody dumb like David Pakman or something. I'll be like, well, who do you listen to? And they'll be like, David Pakman. I'll be like, that's the biggest fucking soy-faced loser you could ever fucking imagine. Like, there ain't a truthful thing coming. I watched David Pakman. I'm like, this is the cringiest, most brainwashing, retarded shit you could ever come across. You know? But, so we can go over this even more. Let's see. And if I can find the better video, he went through it even more.
Leadership and their talking heads that are pushing it. I mean, we've seen Colbert just last week say, "Deep state, please, do something, stop Trump." And so that's where we are. So they want to expand war to try to take control of the agenda. They've been hyping a new virus being released to try to stop Trump's reboot of our economy because they think that would stop this populist revolution. In Europe, it's arresting their political opposition and stopping elections. And also have Europe trying to sue Elon Musk $1 billion fines, trying to shut him down, like we saw in Brazil. So those different strategies are also doing big put options and naked shorts, trying to crash the market, and then blaming Trump's tariffs on that. So it's economic terrorism, the buildup of domestic terrorism, the false flags that can be used, a nuclear false flag to get us in direct war with Russia, a new viral release. Those are the things they got set up, ready to go, and that they've said before they would use to maintain control.
The first thing in countries that descend into darkness that happens is speech is controlled. And there are political police who put people who speak out against the regime in jail. And that's happening in Brazil, as you know. It's happening in the UK. It's happening in Germany.
It's happening in Canada.
It's definitely happening in Canada. And these were formerly free countries in Australia. And so the one place that it isn't going to happen right now is the United States because of the First Amendment. So how do you end First Amendment protections? Well, you pick off people like you, which they've been trying to do for over a decade. And, I happen to be, as I've told you many times in private, I happened to be on a fishing trip when I worked at Fox the night that you were taken off the air. And I thought it was like one of the greatest threats to speech in the United States I'd ever seen. I wasn't there, and Fox News prevented my fill-in host from defending you because Alex Jones is bad. Okay. So I realized they were in on it. But they need to end speech in the United States. They need to shut down X. They have to. And my guess is, and I hope I'm wrong, that there is like legitimate hate and extremism on social media. To the point where it makes me uncomfortable. I'm thinking that maybe a lot of that is manufactured actually, and that if there is a mass shooting, and God forbid, but if there is a mass shooting of the people who've been targeted for hate actual hate, that's true, on social media, that will be used as a pretext to shut it down.
Absolutely. And
has this occurred to you?
yes.
Because I see people on social media who I know for a fact, I think I know, are being funded by the very people they're attacking. It's like, what? Including one of the people they're attacking. It's like, what? Including one of the people they're attacking. It's like, being funded by. It's like, what? It's like, what? It's like, what? Including one of the
Sorry.
It's like, I know that's true.
He laughed really funny there. I like that. Oh, sorry.
And it's like, what is this? And it's clearly preparatory to some sort of event that will shut down, a violent event that will be used as a pretext to shut down free speech. Are you paranoid?
No, that's where all the foundation's been laid. Actually, the superstructure's been built.
Yeah.
They're just putting the finishing touches on it.
So I do believe in all that what he said. That's all true. But I'm also trying to make predictions and see if I thought that's predictions right. So it is pretty much 100% right. But I'm also saying, well, my predictions are coming up a little different because stage 3 is called crisis. And it's like, well, what's the crisis? And I kept wondering, I'm like, well, what's the crisis? I kept thinking medical tyranny's the crisis. Like, look at how bad that fucked everything up. You know, a bunch of businesses I used to go to closed and will never come, or not ever coming back. And I'm like, well, that's weird. It literally changed the layout of things that have been forever that I can remember. Because they were saying these triggers, and I agree with all those, because that is what they're doing. That is part of the plan, and that might be something they do. Like he said, he's like, well, they got these plans, and they can pick one. They're like, okay, we got 12 different things we can do. So which one of these 12 things? So what they'll do is that they wait till the last second, and then they take those 12 things, they like put it in a hat, and they shake it up, and they go, okay, grab one of the things out of the hat, and they read it, and they go, okay, this is what we're going to do. And they do that on purpose so nobody knows what they're going to do. So that's why it's fun to make a prediction on what they're going to do. So Alex Jones has made his predictions. He's like, well, they could do this or they could do that, or maybe it's medical tyranny or what is. And it's like, here's what I think is going to happen. It's going to be a zombie apocalypse. They turned everybody into zombies. Because I looked up, I'm like, well, what's the crisis? So if stage 3 is crisis, then hold on. So catastrophe. Cat catastrophe. Anyways. So I wanted to know what stage 3's crisis. So I said, well, what is the crisis? What is the crisis? Stage 3 is called crisis. And so I said, okay, well, what is the crisis? And I thought, well, it seems like this medical tyranny, that seems like a crisis, if you ask me. And it said, the crisis is everybody's fucking retarded. That's the crisis. So I'm saying you don't even need these trigger events. The only trigger event you need is to lobotomize everybody. And that's why you look at anybody, they can't fucking talk. They don't know what the fuck you're talking about. They're all fucking lobotomized bad. And they can talk, they can tell you about football. They'll be like, hey, you football? You want to drink some root beer and talk about football? Yeah, football. I really like football. Like that's it. They're all fucking NPC, full robotic form, fucking zombies. That's what full robotic form. So I was making memes. I made the NPC meme way before. It's like, when was the NPC meme made? Not that long ago. And I actually was making memes 20 fucking years ago. I made my full robotic form meme because that's another name for these zombies, is they're kind of like these roboticized NPC, literally NPC fucking. An NPC in a video game has more randomization than a real person. Like if you talk to an NPC, they try to make it like an Oblivion character in Oblivion has a more in-depth personality than a real life fucking human. Because when you talk to a human in a real life, you get one response and they just repeat it over and over and over. It's just stupidity over and over and over and over. And that's it. There's no depthness or intelligence. It's literally like we live in a matrix. Like it reminds me of a Rick and Morty episode where Jerry was in the Matrix and they said, well, we got to turn down our because we're using all our processing power on Rick and we don't have enough to keep Jerry entertained. So all he could get was like this human music. And they're like, he's like, let me turn on the radio. And he's in the Matrix and he turns it on and it's like, now playing human music. And it's like, boop, 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 boop. And Jerry's like, oh, this is awesome. It's like, that's what the average person is. Is like an NPC. I don't know how to explain that. But because like at least in Oblivion, the NPC will have like 3 different responses. Like in real life, it's just one bad, shitty response, and it's like they're not even real. Like they're an NPC, or if anything, it's like that's why it's weird. That's why I kind of feel like, man, I wonder why people kind of wonder. They're like, why do people focus on you so much and shit? And it's like, because they're fake. They're empty. They're fake. And it's like, you know, they're NPCs. And so that upsets them. You know, the zombie virus steals their identity and makes their identity just a flaming pile of fucking shit. I mean, and so when they see someone that's more in depth and is a real fucking human like that, it makes them jealous, because that zombie virus has just stripped them of just everything, and then they worship that and act like because they're a sellout communist retard that they're better than you, and really it doesn't. They have to be copycat lemmings, and they have to regurgitate. They have to be told what to think, how to think. So not only are they implementing all this shit, you got to understand, how does this affect your average person? You know, we're talking about, okay, they're going to do this to freedom of speech and this, and then they're going to close the gate. When you look at a normal person, you're looking at the gate is closed. They are gone. The lights are on. No one's home. They are a fucking zombie. For them, the gate is closed, and closed a long time ago. They are extremely closed-minded, dense, and they'll let brainwashing through. They'll sit there and tell you how Trump's bad or something. And it's like they do not think for themselves. They are lemmings. They are zombies, you know. And you cannot. There is no red pill for these fucking people. Like in the Matrix, when he walks past the red, he says, "Look again," and it's an agent, and he says, "As long as these people are a part of the system." And they're connected to the system. They are our enemy. You cannot tell them. You can't wake them. He's like, we want to save these people, but until we save them, they are our bitter enemies. They will attack you. These people worship and will protect their masters. These people have Stockholm syndrome. And I could name some names right now of people that I really do think have Stockholm syndrome. But, well, hey, you're all so smart. You figured it out, right? All these zombies seem to know better. They don't know nothing, but they think they know better. And it's like, all right. So how are you really beating me if you don't know better and I do, and you think you're the one beating me? But yet, that's just no way. How does that make any fucking sense? Anyways, I don't know. You're like, I'm ignorant. I'm beating you. I'm going to beat you with ignorance. Or, I'm retarded. Does this hurt you? Look, and it's like, hey, I'm telling you, that's meant. The way you're behaving is going to kill you. That's not a threat, by the way. I'm like, if you stick your finger in that light socket, you're not going to like it. And you're like, no, you're dumb. I'm going to beat you. You're stupid. You're a conspiracy theorist. I can stick my finger in light sockets all I want. And I'm like, all right, well, have fun. You know, they're like lemmings leaping off a cliff. That's why I say zombie lemming and shit. They're copycat followers. And the New World Order is leading them off the cliff, and they're just like, okay, and they're just jumping right the fuck off. Like, the government told me to kill myself, and so I did. And even DNA makes predictions. Her predictions are there's going to be suicides and this and that. And then sure as shit, it'll happen. And I'll be like, damn, DNA fucking was right. It's like, yeah, she sounds crazy, but she's, you know, when she's talking about shit like this, she is kind of right quite a bit. But she ain't right about everything. You know? Half the shit she says is, she even goes fact check me, and I'll fact check her, and it'll come back that it's real. But, you know, maybe not all of it, but pretty much anything I've ever fact checked is real. But there's other things she say that I don't even think you can fact check because it's like, you know, so I think she's definitely not right sometimes. But when it comes to this type of stuff, like she kind of gets a lot right. Like I said, she reminds me of this like Kathy O'Brien or something lady.
I'm here. I'm just taking care of stuff around the house.
Here, I won't name any names, but I think one of the people on your last live stream had a Stockholm syndrome bad. But anyway, so I'm not going to talk about it.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but I'm not going to say anything. I just wanted, because I was like, see, I know. And it's like, that's so connected, though. It's like, but anyways, yeah, it's not a big deal.
There's a lot of drama over there, anyways, right now. They don't seem to want it to stop.
I try to stay out of the drama, but they try to suck me in, and usually I'm pretty good about not getting sucked in, but sometimes I guess they do a good job trying to suck you in.
They suck me back in.
And then they want to play. They want to start. That's the thing with these people. All the zombies do the same thing. They start fights, play victim, and they all love to play the victim, play that out. And then they're all evil and weird and act like they stand for something good, and they don't. And then so I've gotten to the point where I like asking people, like people that behave like that. Like, especially if somebody goes, I don't like the way you used retard. I'll be like, oh, okay, you stand for something good. What the fuck good do you stand for? Name something. And they usually go, my dick. Duh. I'm like, yeah, you really fucking got me there. And that's the thing. You're dealing with fucking just lobotomized fucking TikTok brain, Skippity, Ohio toilet brain motherfuckers, dude. And it don't matter if they're young or old. They just because somebody's old don't mean they fucking know anything. If anything, the good die young or whatever, you know. Like, I don't know. Anyways, it don't matter. One thing Candy always says is she's always like, I'm 40 years old. I'm older than you. And it's like, that don't mean shit. You don't know shit. I'm older than you. Well, you're older and shittier. That don't mean anything. I don't think it's that way with everybody, but some of these zombies try to act like their age matters, and it's like it don't. Young or old, they're still a zombie. Like a Democrat. Like if there's an old Democrat, you gonna listen to that fucker? Like no. But if you knew a guy and you knew he knew his shit, are you gonna listen to him? It's like yeah. But based on what? So these people listen to these news, people that watch CNN News and think that's real. And then the fact checkers are actually the propagandists. And it's so funny. Every time I've looked at some of this fact check shit, it'll be like, this is totally wrong. And you scroll down and it goes, because it's totally right. And you're like, what the fuck? This is wrong because it's right. And that's exactly what it'll say. It'll go, this has been fact checked and proven to be wrong. And then you'll go, okay, let's see how they prove that. And then you scroll down and it goes, this is totally wrong because it's 100% right. And that's why it's wrong. And you're like, see, and then people, so your average zombie is going to read that. He's going to go there and he's going to read just the first line. He goes, well, it says it's fake. And if you go, well, can you read the next sentence? They go, no, fuck you. You're dumb. You're a conspiracy. Like, so they're low information people. You know, that's why I think I can even out-predict Alex Jones. Because he's got all this shit he's got to do. He can't really... He gets a lot of information, but can he digest all that information? And I'm saying no. You know, he's probably running ragged, running the show, doing all this shit. He don't have time to sit there and compile the shit and then make a good prediction. And I'm saying right now it's the best he's ever predicted, in my opinion. And I still think he's got it wrong. And that's why I like making predictions, because I was able to predict the George Floyd shit. So I'm like, well, can I still do predictions? Like, what if I am retarded and I can't even do it anymore? You know? So I tried to make.
What if you're retarded and you can't do it anymore?
Yeah.
Mark Dice just uploaded a video about 4 hours ago about that woman at the park where the kid got. They want to kill this woman now because she dropped the N-bomb. She called the dude the N-bomb. She dropped the N-word, and then now like they just want her killed. Like black fragility has never been at it. You know, they want to call it white fragility. Well, yeah, we each get to say one word and let's see who's fragile. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you put a white guy and a black guy together and you know, they each get to say one word and we'll see how fragile, which one's more fragile, you know, who's going to lose their shit over one word. Who's more fragile? Is there any word on this planet that will make you lose your shit? I mean, come on. But you know, can a black guy say that? Oh, all of a sudden, you know, now who's fragile? That shows that's weakness. And they act like it's a strength that they have. No, it's a weakness that they're demonstrating how weak they are over a word. And it's like a word. We've made words more powerful, you know, as powerful as sticks and stones. That's what's messed up. I can play the video. Mark Dice is like inciting it. He's like really standing behind all of it. He's happy. He's thrilled to death that the N-word is getting used more now and all. And it's like the title of his video is, oh, they're really mad now. Like like Steve Irwin. Yeah, watch me put my finger in this black guy's butthole. They're really mad now. I should play that. You want to play it?
Yeah, I can play it. Yeah, I got it loaded up already. Watch.
I got it. Hang on. I can actually play it right on the screen.
Yeah, do that if you guys.
Let me see here.
Okay, so all right, I want a tab on our website that says Aaron's prediction, and then I'll have to
describe a black kid who stole something out of her bag at the park and then went viral on TikTok for all the twits, literally tried to ruin her life, has become a major cultural figure. And this story is getting bigger by the day. And coming this next week, Monday, Tuesday, you may finally start to see some of the conservative Inc. hosts weigh in on the situation. They've been afraid to say anything about it because they don't want to be accused of being racist by defending this woman for what she said, but I certainly will. And the mainstream media has been reluctant to cover this story because the more attention it gets, the more support the woman gets, and the more money is raised on the crowdfunding platform GiveSendGo for her. And it's not about getting her hundreds of thousands of dollars to try to give restitution to what is essentially her life being destroyed by the people on TikTok. They've done this.
So this is getting really nuts. Like they're giving her $300,000 to relocate. So she's got $300,000 to sell her house and then relocate on top of the price of her house, you know. So she's going to win on this one. And they don't understand. The more they promote this, the more she's going to win.
Yeah.
But hey, you know whatever, you know, it's like they're trying to get the race war started.
Yeah, that's what Alex Jones predicted, but that's what I'm trying to go, okay, well, does that seem like what I think's going on? And I'm saying yes, that could be 100% a possibility, But I would like to make my own prediction that's separate from that, and that is
This is
zombie
about
apocalypse.
sending a message that we're not going to tolerate cancel culture anymore. We're not going to tolerate the online anger mobs ruining people's lives, especially white people, when they use a little word that either hurts black people's feelings because they have black fragility, or they pretend that it does so that they can use that leverage to gain power over white people. So subscribe to the channel here if you're new, and stay tuned because we're going to go very deep here. This is from Newsweek magazine, the first kind of major outlet to cover this. Woman who called kid N-word, oh no, raises over $300,000 to relocate. This from the New York Post. Minnesota mom rakes in over $500,000 after calling boy with autism the N-word. Now, there are claims on the internet that the boy was 5 years old. The photo of him from the video, the still, certainly doesn't look like a 5-year-old. He looks more like a 10-year-old. And I highly doubt that he actually is autistic. That's probably just a euphemism for crack baby. Her Give, Send, Go, which is a crowdsourcing platform. It's the alternative to GoFundMe, which never allowed something like this. GoFundMe banned Kyle Rittenhouse, you may recall, of course, who did nothing wrong. And so this page now is up to, well, let's refresh it. 587,000 when I pulled up this tab for this video.
She's going to push over $1 million.
$593,000. By the way, I will leave a link to this down in the description below if you want to help push this to $1 million. And again, it's not about making this woman a millionaire.
Now they're doing it, it's going to get pushed to $1 million. I just said
it's
that.
about sending a message.
I've not
because we're not going to allow
yet.
white people's lives to be ruined if they utter a little word that offends certain black people, like they did to Lily Gaddis, that cute girl who was doing a cooking video and then was using some ghetto slang, just trying to be cool, not even trying to offend anybody, not using the word aimed at anybody, just using the cool ghetto slang that's popularized in rap culture. But then they canceled her. She got doxxed, harassed, fired from her job. And like this former University of Kentucky student who was kicked out of school and then sentenced to a year in jail. It says for assaulting a fellow student, but that's not why she was sentenced to jail. It's all on video. She mildly pushed another girl. There was no injury. There was no malice. She was drunk, but she was uttering the little N-word. And so she got a year in jail. This is about ending the double standard when black people call white people racial slurs with zero consequence. I just asked Grok, which is Twitter's ChatGPT, just to come up with a list of some of them. And I'm not offended by any of these. Cracker, oh no, honky, whitey, peck of wood, redneck, white trash, mayo monkey. It just goes on and on. White bread,
mayo monkey.
Yokel, never heard that one.
What the fuck?
I couldn't care less. Black people
mayo monkey.
Words. People used to be able to say the N-word on all social media platforms. It was no big deal.
Who are they supposed
but
to
then the
offend?
cancel culture mob started coming for them. And they did a compilation of Joe Rogan saying it probably dozens of times on his podcast over the years. And then when that went viral, he did the
Democrats
shameful
and liberals
thing.
are
He
fragile,
apologized.
But the average white
said
guy
that no
is
white
not
people
fragile.
should ever use that word.
That's why there's
in
such
any
a big
context.
hatred.
You may have seen this
towards,
compilation. If
heterosexual
not, I'll
white
post it
men.
on my locals page.
They're
Shouldn't show it here.
they're
Otherwise
trying to
YouTube
make
will
them
take my
fragile.
video
And
down.
they can't.
Suppose it hates
They
me,
want
but
them. They want.
there's a
everybody
compilation
weak.
here of the Young Jerks, Chunk Uger, and Annika Sperrin and others using the word over and over and over again. Hard R in the past, before society got soft and before we bowed down to black supremacy. Because of this viral video and the massive funds that have been raised and all the support that people have, stunning those on the left that anybody would dare defend a white person using the little word. I'm also now seeing the word or the phrase black fatigue come into the public lexicon. I would never see anybody talking about this on social media, especially none of the mainstream figures on the right, or even the kind of the wannabe mainstream Twitter personalities and YouTube hosts. But now I am seeing people talk about black fatigue, which, if you haven't heard about it, describes the mental exhaustion from being forced to care about black people and their actions 24/7. And now the NAACP, which stands for the National Association of Colored People. But again, you're not even supposed to say that anymore as a white person. But obviously, I couldn't care less. The Rochester branch of the NAACP has now created a Give, Send, Go page for the child that was called the little word. And they raised $341,000 because apparently the child is just so traumatized now that he too needs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Here's a still image from the viral video. You can't tell me that this is a 5-year-old. He looks more like he is 10 or 11. And of course, they want the woman arrested. Digging deeper. This is like a local news station. Legal expert weighs in on viral video of
Now here's the thing, right?
A child. And I know that some people are saying that she shouldn't have.
Now let's look at this for a second. Okay. So this is, they want them arrested and all this stuff because because it happened to a child. But when a child is like subjected to a pedo tranny flashing his junk in school, or making your child dress up as a tranny and dance for pedophiles, then what? Now all of a sudden there's no problem. You see what I'm saying? Like where this double standard where it's, these legal experts, look at it's what happened towards a child. That was over the top, but not having some sexual deviant try and corrupt your child in a public school. That's been accepted. I guess that's okay. So, but a word, you saying a word is just completely unacceptable. Like why is there such not so much a double standard, but how come there's been such a blurred line of what's acceptable to happen to a child and what's not acceptable? And saying a word to a child versus putting a transgender person half naked and doing a sexual dance in front of that child in a school is perfectly fine. You even got churches that are having sermons done by trannies that their whole entire identity is sex with the same gender. It's not about anything other than sex. And they want that somehow or another. Their entire identity is all about sex. Like they somehow or another, someone chose them to represent every type of sexual deviancy, and that has to be pushed in everybody's faces. That's fine. But good God, what about race? That is just completely unacceptable. What, that's where it's off the fucking rails. It's just logic is gone. Logic in general is just gone.
Called the child that was crossing the line, but it really was what's called an excited utterance. It's when somebody just says something in the heat of the moment, like if you drop and break something, or if you bump in and hurt yourself or stub your toe, you might just swear and you don't mean to. It just kind of comes out. These things happen. And I don't see it any different than calling the kid a punk, because like Chris Rock said, there's black people and there's
and have got to go.
KTTC is reaching out to law enforcement in the wake of a video going viral on social media that was reportedly recorded in Rochester, and many of our viewers have contacted us about it.
They're reaching out to law enforcement. They're tattling on this woman to the police because so many people want her arrested.
We can now confirm Rochester police have received multiple calls about the video and are actively looking into the matter. The Rochester branch of the NAACP released a statement today about the video, saying it is outraged and deeply disturbed by the incident, saying in part, quote, "We call on the City of Rochester Police Department, the City of Rochester City Attorney's Office, and Ulster County Attorney's Office to launch a full investigation and to file all appropriate charges."
Look, I'll file all appropriate charges.
There's the First Amendment, freedom of speech.
When
you don't like it,
when the school invites a tranny to dance half naked
in the heart of Silicon
Valley to a very, very young child, trying to teach them about these weird sexual fetishes that they're all about, trying to get that into that child's head at such a young age. as if this is a good thing to do. Meanwhile, like when you look at what happens to sex offenders, there's now, and I posted about this on my channel, is that they're now trying to normalize this and trying to say, no, they're called MAPs, minor attracted people or persons, you know, where they're trying to normalize this, you know, like that's fine. They can do that, I guess, that they can do all that. And then, but good Lord, if a word is used like that is just completely unacceptable. Like why? I don't get it. I mean, I do
go back to Africa.
Going with
this
that.
is another reason why so many people are donating to her page, because the powers that be most likely will launch a vicious lawfare campaign against her, investigating her with CPS, trying to take her kids away, probably filing civil.
See, and also, like, what about oh shit, I got distracted. I was going to say something else. Damn it. Hang on, I'll keep it going. Why not?
Lawsuits against her, claiming defamation or claiming intentional infliction of emotional distress against the black kid. And so she's going to need a lot of money to defend against those. And this could very well be the end of Give, Send, Go. They may have to shut down because of this, because the credit card processors
I remember now. What
are
about that
most likely
stabbed
very
the other
soon
kid to death in the heart
stop
because
doing
he
business
was
with them altogether.
asked to leave,
And to their credit,
and then threatened him and all that.
take
Now
the
that
page
kid got
down.
tons of money
They did
for
turn the
murdering
comments
someone.
off, though.
And they want to
try
justify that. They
appease
want to
the credit card
justify
processors who undoubtedly are
deadly
reaching out to
force
them and pressuring
against
them to shut
non-deadly
it down.
force. You know what I
Saying
mean?
that
Like,
because people
if
were
it got into
posting
a fight, the kid was
mean
totally
things
fine
on
pulling a
not
knife
only
out,
Shiloh
killing him.
Hendricks' page, but
For
also
putting his
on
hands on
Carmelo
him.
Anthony's page.
That
Black people were
suddenly
posting a lot of anti-white
The
stuff.
public wants
on
that
Shiloh
to be
Hendricks'
normalized
page.
too.
People were
But if a
expressing
black
their
person
opinions
gets
that they're
offended by
tired
someone,
of the
they
double
have the right
standard,
to
et
murder
cetera,
you.
et cetera. And so he posted something
And that
on
should be
Twitter,
fine.
on X,
No one's stopping
explaining
that.
the
No one
reason
is
for that.
stopping that. All they're
But
doing is just saying, "Oh,
Discover
that's not
actually
right."
cut
They're not
ties
putting
with
an end to that
Give,
and say,
Send,
"No,
Go
you
because of the
can't
Kyle
promote
Rittenhouse defense, because it was
murder
so
as
atrocious
a
that they would
consequence
allow
of being
fundraising
offended.
for someone who
But that's what's
obviously, and
happening.
then ultimately, as the
Or
court
being
decided,
assaulted,
jury
you
of his
know,
peers, didn't do
kids at
anything
school.
wrong. And
The one kid
the
purposely
platform
going
is
to
a
the
Christian platform, and they took
competitor's
the
tent
principled stance
and
to
setting up,
not
you know,
only
like,
allow
setting up
Kyle
in
to
that tent
fundraise,
and then
but also
bringing a
Carmelo
knife
Anthony. There
with
were
the
many
full
on the
intention
right
to it
were
to
calling for
provoke
that
an
page to
attack,
be taken down. He's the thug.
and then
Killed the white
carry
kid
an
at the
outset
track meet
attack as
that raised over
premeditated.
$500,000
So,
for
like, any
his
court,
defense. But the CEO
regardless of public
posted
opinion,
that they're taking the principled
I'm
stance
sorry,
that
but that's
they are
you're
going to
meeting
allow
deadly
anybody
force
to
with
fundraise on that
non-deadly
page.
force.
And so, again, I think this
And
is
it's not
probably
even
the
like you're
end
using
of
the deadly,
Give,
or,
Send,
I mean,
Go.
meeting, you know,
And
like
so
pulling out the
picture
knife.
is worth 1,000 words. There are
actually
plenty of
murdered
memes being created
That's
and going
murder, and it's
viral,
premeditated
illustrating
because
this
you brought the knife
situation
in
like
there
this
solely
one.
for that
Which,
purpose,
if
and
you're not
then
familiar with this original
taunted
picture, it's called free
the other
speech.
person.
It's
Touch
the
me,
guy
see what
standing
happens,
up and
you know,
saying
blah blah blah.
what others are afraid to say. And so
And then
the
you
woman
carried out
has
what you
been
planned on
swapped out
doing.
with his face, and
That's
she
murder.
is a queen now. And
Point
this
blank
one,
period.
say that to my face. Let's see what happens.
See,
LOL.
that kind of stuff.
Well, pile of money happened. Here's Voldemort Zelensky. I'll say the N-word too. Please send money. Obviously, many of the tweets on TikTok are very upset and confused about why this is happening. They just can't understand why so many people would have this woman's back and raise over $500,000 for her.
So, did y'all see that video?
Okay, I don't know if somebody added that or if this is in the original. Did you hear that? That was a smoke alarm beep in the background. I did not add that.
So, did y'all see that video of the Caucasian lady calling a little boy the N-word?
Yeah.
Her name is Shiloh. Go look it up.
Well,
Tell me
I
why
think I'm
this
gonna shut
heifer
this
had
down,
the
dude. I'm
audacity to start a GoFundMe
All right,
because
I
her
need to
family
get
not
to bed.
safe.
Take a
And
nap.
people donated.
Oh, okay.
Me, I
mean, I can
have a
leave it going if
GoFundMe
you
so
want.
I can raise $15,000 to
That way
go
you
back
can
to school so I
have
can
this
get my
video
teacher
on the screen.
certification. Am I the wrong color? Like,
If you
and you
want,
guys
yeah, because it would just close.
$150,000 for her?
Well, yeah, after because if I have to leave or something, it'll just close automatically too.
Yeah. All right, I'll do that then. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, I'll
All right,
take over for a little bit. I don't know how long because my phone says 25%. Yeah, see, yeah. If you do what you gotta do, you're all right.
Hey, can you hear me? All right,
Yeah,
I'm gonna remove myself so that way when you kill it, it dies.
Okay.
All right, bro. Hit you up later.
All right. See you later.
Don't get me striked.
I won't. Now I know what does and what don't.
All right, man. Later.
All right. See you. You know what'll get you straight? Nah, you better. I copied it. Had to copy it and read it and understand it and all this stupid shit. And I'm like, that's why on my page, when there's like the little watermark thing, it shows like a hand, like just kind of holding this like little square thing, like a chip or something. And it said you're not allowed to say like microchips in your brain or something fucked up. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why would they care about this? Looking at my brake kit. I mean, on this other website, I'm looking at it on a different website. Let's see what this says, dude. Huh. It says the kit like I bought is like $520 on a different website. Like that's fucking crazy, dude. That's a lot of power. I can't believe what people do to these cars either. I saw this one video where somebody died in one of those things, and it was not good at all. And I kept thinking, see, these fucking people, they buy that shit and then go crash into a wall at 200 miles an hour. It's like, well, even Elon Musk, I even found a video of Elon Musk saying when he bought like the fucking Enzo, he was driving it and he barely hit the gas a little too hard, and he said he crashed and totaled the damn thing. And at that time it was $1 million car. Now that car could be $10 million or something. But it's like, well, $1 million when he had that is like 10 million now. So it's like, because it's called inflation. So I don't know. All these people suck. I don't think they all suck, but you can tell the sucky ones. Depends on where you're looking, and it's like if you look over there, everybody sucks. If you look over there, maybe not. I don't know. Here, let's see. Do I have that fucking thing, or did I get rid of it? That was the end. Yeah, I think that was the end of it. There's more to it, though. If you listen to the whole thing, I'm like, dude, I see them doing this. Because he was saying this shit. I'm like, dude, that's exactly what I've come across. And so I think he's right about what he says. Like, I'm seeing that too. Like, whatever his prediction, I am seeing that too. But I thought about it and I said, well, I want to find, well, what's the prediction? Let's narrow it down. So, I want my own page for my prediction. Because I work hard on this shit. And then when I'm right, like I said, I was able to predict the George Floyd shit 2 years in advance. I'm like, dude, that's serious. That ain't no joke. And that's kind of why I like to do the YouTube, because I'm like, well, I'm weird enough. I could make it like these, like I said, these other people are zombies. I could make predictions and shit. Obviously, they can't do that. And so they want to act like they're better than me by what? Like they can't. They're jealous. I don't understand. Like, I don't have to fucking do anything, and I'm fucking look at this shit. Fuck you. I don't even do anything, and you cry and you cry and you cry. It's like, fuck, I couldn't imagine if I actually fucking did something. But it's like these people, they can do anything they want. Like he was saying just a minute ago, he's like, oh, well, they can say this word or not. It's like, dude, it's so much worse than that. These people can fucking do a lot of crazy fucking shit. And they're bragging about it too. Hold on. They brag about it. What is that? Drain flies. You ever seen them drain flies? Flies that live in your drain. And they're weird looking too. They're just like little, they're a little bigger than like a gnat. They kind of got bigger wings, but they are weird. Oh, look, a bird. Oh, I can't show you the bird. Oh, I scared it. What are you doing? Do I look funny? What do you think about that? He's looking at me like, you're weird. You feed me. Really, I just bought some food I need to put up for him. It's cute seeing him. Ain't that cute? Did you see it? What's this all? Honestly, I'm to the point where I'm like, I don't even know if I care anymore. It's like, oh, you want to give up all your freedoms and all your shit? I already know what's going to happen. I'm like, there's two ways you can fix this. Can you cure the zombie virus? That's what this is. It's zombie virus. I kind of realized, people aren't going to get it. If you're infected, how are you going to get it? What are you going to do? Expose a zombie to a zombie? What's that going to do? So watch. If he still has this on it. What the fuck?
Emergency protocol going DI now in effect. This is not a test. Not a test.
Transmission live from going DI headquarters. Can't see out there. Numbers rising on my screen, red lights flashing everywhere. Something's coming through the walls. I need to stay on that base. Step wicked, feel the dread. Let's go. Stuff move from normal. Hear me on the road. Gone behind old numbers. Got the message of parasites. If yo, creepy, higher. Rock man, and fire. Feeling like desire. Eyes glowing red in the glitch of the screen. The master code, reality obscene. Face hit, be like a guillotine drop. On the eye, network never gonna stop. Drop. Control the mind, control the soul. Death, swallow you whole. Network so high. To the Gondia, the unseen priest. Drop. Wicked, darkness unfold. Traps step away. The streets turn cold. On the eye. Strains in the fray. Glitching through the night. No escape, no way. Encrypted, prison static haze. On the eye, overlord. Like a maze. Soul shattered kicks. The rhythms of play. Cut through the silence. Rebellion decay. Cerebral hack. Yeah, they own the feed. Playing dark thoughts. Watch the chaos breathe. Spin screens. Loud as the sonic play. On the eye network, no face, no flag, no call, just exposed. Your mind to keep. Deep final try. Puppet, sanity destroyed. The Gondia network, never offline. Welcome to the web. The Gondia network puppeteer the dead. Straight to the shadows and the thread. Some weirdly to allow the eye over the snow. Parasite signal creeping to the water. Swallow you. Networks alive. It's a digital beast. You're the Gondia, the unseen grace.
All the straps that bring the streets turn cold. Got the eye shakes in the night. Pushing through the night, no escape.
I actually like that song. I'm actually like, what the hell? This is awesome. Oh, says my phone's fucking up. Well, this video just showed me something I did not know. Well. Why do I have this video? What's going on with this? Oh, it's an LS with an X pipe. Really? Says we're running out of battery. Fuck. I keep losing my chargers for some reason. It's probably like. Raining, dude. Fuck. Won't start raining. Never mind, sorry. Control your mind. Control your soul. The Gandhiad network is in your brain. Sorry, that sounded retarded. What news do I have for you guys? Well, oh, they're gonna do this. Oh, they're gonna do this and that and this. No, here's my prediction. You're all fucking zombies. That's my prediction. And I want to timestamp this shit. Like, at this day, at this time, right now, I keep saying it over and over. And that's the thing. These zombies, they don't listen. They're like, I know everything about you. Well, what about my prediction? No, that's stupid. You don't have to worry about that. Yeah, well, when my prediction's right, no, we don't want you to be right. No, it ain't about being right and wrong. It's about I'm a zombie. Well, I'm looking for a charger, but not having a lot of luck here. Oh, here we go. I think I found one. It's blending in. Ow! Sorry. I want to check out because. Ow, fuck. I'm freaking out. Sorry. Old Ford. You know what? I like the way that looks. 427. You know what? Something don't look right about that. It probably worked though.
427, real heavy Ford.
Real Hemi Ford. You dumbass. I mean, what are you saying? Ford built a Hemi? It's a single overhead cam. That's not a. No, it only says S. No, it says ZDHC. That's what it says. Not single overhead cam. No, it says the dude typed in single overhead cam. Let me look at this engine. Single overhead cam. No, that ain't single. That does look like a Hemi. That does look like a Hemi. Well, Hemis aren't single overhead cam.
27, real heavy Ford.
And it don't say single overhead cam. It says ZDHC. So what's ZD? I don't know. Dumb fuck. This guy don't know what he's talking about. He might be right. It could be a Hemi. We'll start it. Oh my gosh. LS.
Why should you get up out of the blade when the helicopter's running?
Well, that's because the classic. Today's episode of What? 3, 2, 1, go.
Is that car? Is it hit me? That was pretty cool, though, whatever that was. Mustang. Okay. I don't actually like car videos that much anymore. So I do like them a little, but. Shit. Let's go start my camper. See what that sounds like.
Is Rachel Zegler's facial expression. Officer Sandoval and Hernandez of the India and the evil. Officer Sandoval and Hernandez of the Detroit Police Department are by on.
I don't know why it's playing with it. It's not what I'm clicking on. I'm trying to find the TikTok meme. Come on, man. Fuck.
What really happened with Snow White?
Yeah, she's cute, but you know what? She's got like a weird looking nose.
And is there somebody that we can blame? Rachel Zegler and Gal Gadot were rarely together. And if they were there, they weren't really communicating. They were taking a picture and then they were just going their separate ways. People were going, what could have happened on the set to make this so uncomfortable? And then the light bulb moment happened. It is their starkly contrasting views on the Israel-Palestine conflict that they have been extremely vocal about for the last year and a half. Now, Gal Gadot is obviously, she is from Israel. She is staunchly pro.
You know what I would tell these people? This is not my platform, so I don't know if I should say this. So I'll try to not be bad, but when it comes to that stuff, it's like, what are the odds? Democrats seem to hate Jews, but then we'll promote anything that they would promote. Anything. Anyways. But I think I learned a secret about the Jews. Not to be racist or nothing, but I'm pretty sure if you fuck with them, like, they'll basically like blow you up with a fucking pager. So unless you have such capabilities, you might not want to fuck with them. Because apparently they're fucking badass and crazy and will fucking kill you. So if you want to know about my opinion on the situation, it's like, if they were going to kill you, why would you just sit there or think that you're going to beat these motherfuckers? Dude? No, are you advanced as them? No, not at all. You think you can really beat them? It's like, what are you beating them with? Like, what the fuck? It's like, they're gonna fuck you up. What are you gonna do about it? You ain't gonna do shit. Cry about it. Cry about getting fucked up. You know what would be the smarter thing to do? If you're like, these people will fuck us up, and really, there's nothing we can do about it. You know what you should do? Something different. That's what you should do. Whether you like it or not, it's like if you were being invaded by aliens and they're kicking your ass, what do? You need to retreat. You need to do something. That's life. Like it, love it, leave it. You're getting fucked up by somebody. You're either going to beat them or you better figure something else out. And I don't think you're going to beat them. So you better figure something else out. It ain't that complicated. And that's the thing. We're dealing with a bunch of fucking zombies. That's why. What side was the Snow White lady on? That's like the fucking retard side, dude. The zombie side. You know what's worse than a zombie? A fake Trump supporter. A fake Trump supporter is worse than a zombie. Do you know that? I ain't even lying. I've tried to find the videos where it says that shit, and I'm like, I cannot find them. Let's look up now. We'll look it up right now. Hold on.
One of the most cartoonishly hawkish political operatives in the United States is now the top national security official and has the ear of the president. Donald Trump announced on March 22nd that he had appointed hardline neoconservative John Bolton as his national security advisor. Bolton is a textbook example of an ultra-hawkish neocon. He has staunchly supported every single recent U.S. war and played a significant role in some of the most catastrophic and criminal military conflicts of the 21st century. Bolton has proposed bombing Iran and North Korea and called for harsh sanctions and regime change in Syria and Venezuela. Even hyper-conservative Fox News, where Bolton is a longtime contributor, has highlighted his extreme bellicosity. In a Fox News broadcast on the night Bolton's promotion was announced, a guest noted,
John Bolton is as interventionist and hawkish as they come, and this is about personal chemistry with the President of the United States.
Under former President George W. Bush, John Bolton served as the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations and as an undersecretary of state. As a top official in the Bush administration, Bolton was one of the architects of the illegal 2003 invasion of Iraq. Even Fox News' extremely right-wing host, Geraldo Rivera, has worryingly pointed out that Bolton is totally unapologetic for the Iraq War, which led to at least 1 million deaths.
Bolton is a hardliner. We know him very well. We know the ambassador very well. He was one of the cheerleaders for the Iraq invasion in 2003, which ended disastrously, unlike me, who feels very guilty about my support of that invasion back in those days. At that time, it made sense. We like to think so. The ambassador, unapologetic about it, he still believes it was a good idea. I think it disrupted the entire Mideast and was still paying the piper for that.
Bolton has repeatedly refused to even acknowledge that past U.S. regime change operations were undeniably disastrous and unleashed chaos.
That's not what I was looking for, but I was watching that anyways. What else we got? Wait. Look, it gave me a David Pac-Man video.
Today we're going to be speaking.
I fucking hate that dude.
With Edward Miller, who's a professor at Northeastern University, also author of the book A Conspiratorial Life, Robert Welch, the John Birch Society, and the Revolution of American Conservatism. Really appreciate your time today.
Oh, it's my pleasure. It's a great opportunity to discuss the book and to talk with you.
Yeah, so to start with, we've been thinking a lot about this line in conservatism that got us to where we are today, and we could sort of start that story at a lot of different points in time. I think an interesting place to start might be if we go back to Robert Welch at the John Birch Society to start reading our understanding of how.
That's it. So I'm
again this week to another analysis behind the news. Well, one of the things that's coming into the news this past week is this new edition of the National Review titled Against Trump. It has a number of the people listed on the front page who've written articles against Trump. And we have our differences with Trump on some things. We also agree with them on some things, just as we do with all presidential candidates. There's some good, there's some bad in between. We don't get involved with the John Birch Society in politics, local, national, or that sort of thing. We don't endorse candidates. Even when our members run, we don't help them financially. We don't urge them.
I don't really know how to make myself any more clear. I bought a really big bell, and I have hats, so maybe if I wear a hat and ring a bell and then tell you what's up, maybe you'll get it then. Actually, I'm charging my phone. I could do it though. My phone charges. It's charging pretty good. Yeah, that's crazy. Well, let's listen to this, and I'll look up how fast my phone. Oh, it says charging. Let me look up how fast I can charge the phone. Well, I gotta look at the power brick for that. No, well, never mind. Let's not look it up then. It's charging. Whatever. Looks like it's charging pretty good, so that's fine. Hey. Oh. Never mind. I say, hey, I thought I got a message. No, didn't. I'm not important enough for anybody to message me. What is that thingy? It's for dogs, it says. $350 for your pet. Whatever. Speaking of that, what's this phone about? It's like a crappy BlackBerry, dude. smartphones. Why would you want a crappy BlackBerry, dude? Here it is. Let's see the price. Wait, this is a BlackBerry. Well, why not just buy a BlackBerry? The fuck? Oh, says it might not be as good. It's rated mid-grade. That's neat though. BlackBerry. Huh. I guess they still make smartphones. Let's check them out. Very bizarre. It's got a fucking keyboard on it. That's kind of cool. You know what? That might actually be like a thing. You don't have to touch the screen. I actually don't mind doing it, but sometimes it is weird. Like, because if you're touching the screen, you're like, now your finger's blocking what you're looking at. And sometimes that don't matter. And then sometimes it does matter. Fucking bitches. So what's to come? Well, they're saying they're shutting down free speech. So, like, what he was saying, he was like, well, he was saying it's incremental, like a frog in a pot. They're boiling your ass. And I'm like, yeah, I know. You know how I know? Because my ass is boiling right now. And I'm trying to tell you, like, your ass is boiling. And they're like, you're retarded. And you know what that means? It's like, well, what do you think's going to happen? So these people, they're like lemmings leaping off a cliff. And you're like, don't leap off the cliff. Don't do that. And they're like, no, you're retarded. I'm going to hurt you. I'm jumping off this cliff. And it's going to hurt you. And I'm like, no, don't. Stop, please, no. And they're like, oh. And I'm like, well, I guess that happened. You know, anyways. I tried to tell you. So that's a part of life that you're witnessing. Like DNA, this is one thing DNA knows. She's like, you're all going to die. And I'm like, who else is saying this shit? It's like, no, DNA. I'm going to marry DNA. That's my girlfriend. I mean, my wife. I'm going to marry DNA. God is good.
My wife.
Everybody.
Williams are not homeless people. Women. Fuck Darnell Williams. God bless, Candy.
Wow, there's like a big tattoo. It says CL. Yeah. That's a really big mark. CL I N or something. CLIS. I don't know. I can't read it. CLY RIH or something, dude. I don't know, clinch or something. Click, clerk, climb. Dude, fucking. That's, dude. Let's forget about it. That never happened. Fuck. Did Blue Origin actually leave the atmosphere? If that was real, they would have hyped it up more. I'm confused. Let's do something else. What are we gonna do?
Our members vote for them or any of the rest of them. But we will have articles from time to time in our magazine, The New American, to show the various positions of some of these candidates. Our problem here at the John Birch Society is we know too much about all of them. And so there isn't any one of the candidates running for president, for instance, that we as private individuals can wholeheartedly say, that's the man. I agree with everything he says, because it's just not true. We can't. As I said, we have our differences because we have people who do full-time research. And then our writers do research on top of that. And so we know a lot about these candidates that others don't. And having said that, however, it's interesting that these neoconservatives are coming out against Trump. In other words, these are part of the establishment that Trump is obviously running against, and other candidates. It's reminiscent of what the National Review did in the 1960s against the John Birch Society and our founder, Robert Welch. I subscribed at the time to the National Review, and it was a little bit, dry in many ways, but they had some good articles in there, or at least I thought, until I saw the article attacking the John Birch Society. And then I had some of the books they were quoting from within this article purporting to say that Eisenhower was called a communist by our founder, Robert Welch. And you take a look at the sentences that they would use in there, for instance, in quotes, they have a certain quote, ... another quote, and put them together. Well, sometimes there was whole paragraphs between those three dots and those two joining quotes. So I showed that to my dad, and he likewise quit his subscription to the National Review over it, because they had an agenda. And that agenda primarily was what we call today neoconservative. Now, it started by William F. Buckley. And a lot of people, if you thought about it logically, you'd have to ask certain questions about Buckley himself. First of all, he always was involved in the public broadcasting system. In other words, he was a weekly program on PBS. Now, answer me this question. What other conservative do you know of that's ever been given a weekly program on PBS? So obviously there was something about him and his style and his programming that they wanted on.
What do you call that? Profiling? Yeah, we call that profiling. Sometimes it's not profiling. Sometimes it could be coercion. Anyways.
The year. If you ever watched his programs over the year, he never had a substantive conservative constitutionalist. He was always there debating some liberal or some other member of the Council on Foreign Relations, of which William Buckley was a member in good standing for decades. And if you know anything about the Council on Foreign Relations, you can't be a member of that organization unless you support their main agenda. And their main agenda was a one world government under socialism. No matter what you call it, it was a form of socialism. And so here's this man who purportedly is this conservative, who is the conservative leader, if you.
So I've busted a guy like this recently. And his name was Midlife Bro Logic. And he was like gaslight. He claimed to be a Trump supporter, and he was like gaslighting me and all this shit. I'm like, dude, Trump supporters don't gaslight you, dude. The fuck? Let's see these motherfuckers. That's how you can spot the Q-tards and shit. They don't have that no more because they were busted. And if they do try to do that again, well, it just means that's some real fucking stupid shit. So it's kind of weird because we ain't been seeing a lot of that. Really, they kind of got us the first time because they had a lot of fucking people believing that. And it fucked them up, really. But it was like flat earth shit. These Q-tards were all flat earthers and shit, dude. And I'm like, see, it's like neocons and shit. So now I'm even better at spotting it because now I realize, hey, they're doing this. Like the QAnon shaman bullshit, that was retarded, dude. That's like flat earth shit. Like the QAnon shaman's like a flat earther. Like that dude was retarded, dude. And it's like, that's what they're doing to people. That's part of all this. And it's like, but they already did that. Now there's new predictions. And it's like, what's the next prediction? And it's like, I'm telling you. Alex Jones is saying, well, it's this and that. And I'll agree with that. It's like, it took, because he even said, he's like, well, it could be this and it could be that and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, it could be that. Dude, I wish I've already been banned. I've already been banned. So it's like, that's what I'm saying. Why can't I have an account where I'm like, I keep saying I made this prediction. And I'm like, here, well, the whole point, here, let's make that one. And then now, what's the next one? I'm just like, here, dude, I'm making a fucking prediction right now. Alex Jones is making a prediction. He wasn't doing that when I made my prediction. He was being retarded. I quit listening for a while. And I kind of figured he kind of brainwashes himself because he's got to run the show. He's got to do all this. So you couldn't make a prediction, like, because he could have all this unlimited info. Well, is he digesting it? It's like, you really can't. You don't have time to do that. So he really can't. He could have the best information ever, but if he can't do it. I called in the Alex Jones show once. I got through once. And it was literally like 20 years ago. I've tried since, and the best I could do is when I was making that last prediction, I did make it through, and I talked to Rob Dew, and he was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, you're fucking retarded. And so I was like, you know what? That pisses me off. I'm writing down the date when I told them shit. But I called a lot of people, too. I tried to call different news agencies and from that I really figured out, like, people are fucking brain fried bad. Like, you could know something and just you could be like, literally, don't stick your finger in that, and they're like, booger painting. I noticed when I go to the dollar store, the dude is totally like tweaking every time. And I'm sitting there thinking, how do you work at the dollar store but you're tweaking every day? Like, isn't that shit expensive? Like, I don't know. You must be microdosing tweak. Maybe that would work. Dude. I don't know. Because every time I see the dude, he's like, I'm happy. And I'm like, damn, dude, you're pretty happy. I'm like, that tweak's gonna wear off someday. Like, fuck. There was another guy that worked there, and I could tell he was kind of tweaking, but I don't know. I don't really see him as much. But The other guy, he's like hanging in there, man. And every time I see him, he's like, I'm really happy. Dude, he's like the Joker, dude. He's like the dollar store Joker. Don't fuck with that guy. I think he's cool. He's like the silent kid that's not silent. He's like the Joker silent fucking kid. Like that dude. One day I think I was in there and I don't think it was him, but it was a guy just like him. It might have been him. And I seen him and he was kind of telling me, he's like, man, this job's kind of shitty. And then some lady came in and fucking spit on him. And she's like, fuck you. And I'm like, and it was real quick. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I'm like, dude, that lady just spit on you. And he's like, I think I'm quitting today. He's like, I'm quitting. I'm like, dude, this is fucked up. I'm like, you didn't deserve that. You didn't do anything. I'm like, I can't believe this. I said, man, I don't blame you for quitting. I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, you don't make enough to have to be fucking spit on for no reason. I'm like, damn, dude, that's fucked up. And he's like, yeah, I think I'm quitting. And then now the dude that's there, like, looks like the fucking, the fucking Joker. Dude. Like, he's like, I'm happy. I'm like, you okay, man? Wait, there's a different BlackBerry. I kind of almost want to try one of these Chinese phones because some of them look just crazy. Like, they actually go crazy with these Chinese phones, dude. And it's like, they're probably total piles of shit, but it's funny as fuck. Yeah, I don't know, man. It says I got $200 off. I don't know. That's a good deal, right? I could probably just resell it. And get $300. Nah, I could probably get half that, so $200. Yeah, I could double my money because I paid 100. So I got it. It's a $190 kit for 40, and then I got a $125 kit for 60. And if you were to buy the kit, it said it was like $450. makes any sense. So what? So it's beware of what's coming. It's like, dude, you're fucked. Like, if I was gonna make a prediction, it's like I'm predicting you're fucked. Like, and you could almost barely stop it if you actually really tried. You could might be able to stop, but no, nobody's trying. Like, there ain't nobody really trying. If you went into a bunker and when you came out, it would literally be you would literally it'd be the Fallout video game. You'd like it'd just straight up be that. They'd be like, "You got any bottle caps?" And it'd be like the zombie creature, and you'd be like, "What the fuck?" They'd be like, "Are you a vault dweller? I don't like your kind. You're weird." And they look like a zombie, and you're like, "Oh fuck! I thought this was supposed to get better. It ain't getting better. It's getting worse. You're fucked." Plus, I think one reason the next prediction is so fucking hard, it's because maybe they do make some AI bullshit. You can't predict AI because it's called the singularity. You can't predict the singularity because that's the whole point of the singularity. So a prediction can go up to the point of singularity, and you can't even predict it. It's a singularity. It's like the event horizon, motherfucker. Like, it's like a different dimension, motherfucker. That's why I almost think AI was telling me something. There was like gravity in space. $50% off. I like that. 50% off. That doesn't seem very good. Does that work with my stuff? No. Okay. That's $50 $100. $80. And then $14. Minimum. Oh, fuck this game. What's that shit? $235. Game. How much is this? How much is this? The other thing. Oh, fuck. This. $60. I did see one of these little fucking robots. I was like, dude, I like it. And it's like I know stuff to say to them, and I like, 'cause I always forget everything. So I'm like looking at it like I know there's shit I can say to this motherfucker. I'm like, oh well, I'll just forget about it. I don't care. All right. We must investigate. And it finally quit raining. Fuck. Let's go outside and check. It's been a weird spring. I don't know, maybe not that weird, but it's like really raining. So it's kind of interesting because there's actually been some floods and stuff. Hold on, I'll be right back. Holy shit. Sorry, I didn't mean to cuss. Oh shit! You know what time it is? It's fucking chicken time. Chicken time was weird. I wasn't very impressed with chicken time. Unimpressed zombies. All right, so what are we doing? Good question. Well, you're all gonna die, but until then, we're gonna do something else. What's that? I don't know. It's gotta be something we can do. Cook, clean, do laundry, take out the trash, plant some trees. I think we could feed birds and plant trees. Look at this fucking bird. Squeaky? Are you Squeaky? Oh, he flew back, fucking dumbass. Oh, he flew back. You're a dumbass. What are you fucking doing? Are you okay? Let me look at you. You look okay. You just look like a dumbass. You're not a dumbass. You're a pretty bird. It's cute. You gotta see this. Dude. This is crazy. What are you doing? Hey. Hold on. Something sounds fucking weird. I want to smack both of you. Is he picking on you? He does, don't he? You better not be picking on my other cat. You are so mean. He's like that one cat in the meme where he's like, hey, where are you going? You're a fucking bad cat. Oh, my neighbor's outside. Oh, I stepped on something. Damn cats. I could mow my lawn. Didn't I adjust the height or something? And I figured out I probably didn't even have to. That I'm retarded. I tried to adjust the height. I think I did it though. Is the virus even alive? No. Viruses are not alive. What about bacteria? Is bacteria alive? Yes. Bacteria is alive. Viruses are not alive. You want to know why? Because a virus is about 1,000,000 times smaller than bacteria.
Well, in many circles, certainly intellectually. And a lot of people didn't know his background before he went on PBS. He was a CIA agent undercover in Mexico for a while before anyone basically ever heard of him. So a lot of things about Buckley that people didn't know about. By the way, we saw a biography of Buckley written by the president emeritus of the John Birch Society, John F. McManus. A very revealing book. You might want to go to Shop JBS and take a look and order that book. It's very revealing and gets you involved in what was going on in the Republican Party back in the 60s and how a lot of people were doing everything they could to not just destroy the John Birch Society, but to also scuttle the Goldwater campaign. And all of these personalities that were surrounding Buckley in those days were involved in all of that. But the national media played Buckley up as the conservative leader in the United States. And so we need to know about a lot of these things because they have ramifications for us today. The same thing continues on today. Whether you agree with some of these candidates running for president or not, the outsiders, so to speak, the anti-establishment candidates, are trying to do something within the Republican Party to bring it back closer to the people. They don't like that, the establishment, and they will do anything and everything to prevent it. This latest thing with the National Review is just one. They will do it with anybody else who rises up.
Andy, I suppose it never occurred to you that while we're chatting here so enjoyably, a decision is being made by the president and the Joint Chiefs in the war room at the Pentagon. And when they realize there was no possibility of recalling the wing, there will be only one course of action open: total commitment. Mandrake, do you recall what Clemenceau once said about war?
No, I didn't think I do, Sam.
He said war was too important to be left to the generals. When he said that 50 years ago, he might have been right. But today, war is too important to be left to politicians. They have neither the time, the training, or the inclination for strategic thought. I can no longer sit back and allow communist infiltration, communist indoctrination, communist subversion, and the international communist conspiracy to sap and impurify all of our precious bodily fluids.
The precious bodily fluids. Oh, here's another part about
It's incredibly obvious, isn't it? A foreign substance is introduced into our precious bodily fluids without the knowledge of the individual, certainly without a choice. That's the way hardcore commie works. Jack, tell me, Jack, when did you first develop this theory? Well, I first became aware of it during the physical act of love. Yes, a profound sense of fatigue, feeling of emptiness followed. Luckily, I was able to interpret these feelings correctly. Loss of essence. I can assure you it does not make it right. Women sense my power, and they seek the life essence. I do not avoid women, Mandrake, but I do deny them my essence. Yes.
He said, deny of essence. So, say Colton gets mad about being circumcised. So, what would happen if Colton found out that fluoride is basically like a chemical circumcision? How would he feel about that? Anyways, he wouldn't believe it. He would think it's like one of those other conspiracies. He'd be like, These KKK Nazi. Anyways, we don't have to talk about that. Sorry. That ain't even that funny, honestly. Princess Time. Somali girl.
I can drink, okay? Those are the baby horses. So the white one there, that's Sweetie, and the reveal, like a baby shower or reveal party. And I painted my nails blue, and I had a blue dress for yesterday, but I brought a pink shirt in case I was wrong. Like I would change if I was wrong, you know, with pink. And so I wore my blue dress, my 60s dress. It's like yeah, 60s.
Orange told me about this chick. Orange. I think I figured out who Orange is. I'm not gonna say.
Careful. Turns on the frozen turkey to the superheated vat of oil that you so ingeniously placed directly inside of your home will only result in you getting thanks that you weren't fouled up on the gravy-laced flames that destroyed the pile of sticks that you once called your home. Because you know what they say about Thanksgiving. It's all about being smarter than the things that you're cooking. Anyway, gobble gobble.
That's it. So you have to understand that China has a state-backed tax return program for exports.
1996, there was this rock in Antarctica, ALH 84001, which had tantalizing evidence for possible life, traceable not to Earth, but from Mars. The evidence was very circumstantial, but interesting nonetheless. So it was all the news, page one story. They even had an electron microscope photo of what looked like an itty-bitty worm. It was about 1/10 the size of like the smallest worms on Earth. Had little segments on it. It's intriguing. That was not the lead evidence of the authors. I'm invited to comment on this. Like there was Charlie Rose. He had 4 people. I'm the astrophysicist. They had a biologist. And the picture of the worm comes up. The biologist was piped in by a screen said, that can't possibly be life. I said, wow, what have I missed? So tell me, because the smallest life on Earth is 10 times that size. And I'm still waiting for him to give me the reason why it can't be life. Then I paused and reflected and said, that is the reason he's giving me that it can't be life. It's comparison with life on Earth. And then I said, last I checked, we're talking about a rock from Mars. Why are you using Earth to constrain your capacity to think about what exists out there? 1996.
We're restoring the 1966 289 fort. So during a public demonstration, this is a special. This is a spec. I can't believe it. Is the RTX. Then you look at the Milky Way. Then you look at the Milky Way, and you look at that arc of stars across the sky.
I can see that, which always kind of trips me out. I like looking at the stuff. What are we gonna do? We're gonna go mine, I think. I don't know if we can figure it out. Gosh. 400 billion cents.
Just like nothing. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if that's wrong. Then you go, okay, good, well, fine. But at the moment, it looks like there isn't anything else other than slime. We haven't even discovered slime, by the way, yet. We're still in a position where we've not seen any, not even a single cell on Mars or the moons of Jupiter or something like that. So,
Nah, I've been contacted by aliens, so fuck all y'all. Dude, they look like the Avatar movie. Let's actually. The one I talked to, it wasn't like skinny like them. It was like heavier set. Like it was like them, but like a little fatter. Like if one of them was like an American, all pudgy and shit. That's the one I seen. That's why I think, because that happened to me before that movie came out. And then the movie came out, and when I saw the movie, I'm like, clearly this is like one of these karma law things where we didn't avatar them. That's like in the movie, we avatar them. But I think in real life, like these things came here, avatared us, and that's why they kind of had to make the movie. Because it like really happened. So after I have this thing about something like this, why would they have to make a movie about that? See, and these are things I share with this gayest fucking internet YouTube bullshit, and they're all fucking gay and retarded. Hey, wait, don't I have a gay flag, don't I? I have my gay flag. Is this a tripod? Yeah, it's broken. Yeah, it's all fucked. It's unfixable. Yep. That's a broken tripod rope. Yeah, plastic broke. That's why that other one I bought, I thought it was cool. I bought this one. It looks like it's from the 90s or 80s. It like works perfect. I did break a thing, like the nut is stripped, but it works. And it's weird. It's like I can probably fix that though. Oh. It's like you couldn't break this other one I got. It says made by Sears, but I kept looking for other marks and I did find a Taiwan mark. It's like it don't matter. Like the whole thing's metal. There's a couple plastic parts, and they are going bad, but not enough to matter, I don't think. I might be able to fix that. So, I don't know.
the moment we are alone, as far as we're concerned.
Now, actually, I'd like to make a prediction. They can do false alien invasion. That could be part of it. That's one thing. I thought they were going to do that with these drones. They kept doing this drone shit. And I'm like, oh, this might be. So everybody knows this is it. It is in the cards of a false alien invasion. There is a prediction of that.
Dude, you were out cold. Common thing that I've run into is that America ran out of Afghanistan. We were chased.
Bystander video shows the dramatic moment an 8,000 horsepower speedboat flipped through the air several times before splashing back down. Footage from inside the cockpit clocked the boat's top speed at around 210 miles per hour, right before it went airborne. A Freedom One racing team member says the two drivers of the boat suffered non-life-threatening injuries and were taken to the hospital for evaluation. The team later posted to its Facebook page that everyone is safe and in good condition. Freedom One Racing aimed to break a speed record during a 3-mile quarter course in Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Bystander video shows the dramatic moment an 8,000 horsepower.
There's no way. What the fuck? Dude.
Like a, it just makes me cry. Like it just makes my eyes watery. How pretty she is. Like look at that. It just makes you want to cry. She is so beautiful. I love her so much. I'm obsessed with her.
Okay, you like my dick. I get it. Calm down. It's not a her, it's a he. Motherfucker. I'm stalking you. No, I'm coughing. Sorry. Oh my God. Why am I coughing? Let's see if we can mow my lawn. I don't know. Well, we're not doing anything else. And my lawn looks like shit, so. I didn't mow it for a reason because there's these pretty fucking flowers everywhere. And I'm like, I was mowing, I'm like, I can't mow over these pretty flowers. They're too pretty. But it's like, well, I let them go long enough so I can mow over them now. They'll grow back. It'll be okay. So I let them go as long as I could. So I don't know. There might not even be any flowers out there now. I gotta go look. Flower power. It's a way not only. How much do I want? Hey, it's a way not little. How much do I want? Sorry. That was a second. Smoking cigarettes. Well, how many fucking lights do I? Oh my God, I have all the fucking lights on. Light. Light. Here's a light. And another light. Fuck. And then more lights. I had all the goddamn lights on. Too many lights. Fuck. A light there. Light here. Bird there. You know what? I'm gonna turn that light off too. All the fucking lights are out, I think. Yeah, how many was that? Like one. That was at least 5 lights there. New bird I've never seen. We gotta feed these fucking birds. Alright, let's feed the fucking birds. I did buy birdseed, motherfuckers. This is a big waste of money, but these birds they're pretty. Can't help it. Look at my birdseed. Wild bird seed. Economy mix. So it's $11. How many pounds is this? Oh, 20 pounds. Ooh. So I bought 20 pounds of that shit. Let's open it. There you go. Bird fucking seed. So now what you do? I had a bucket. Fuck. I had a bucket. Ah! There it is. I got a bucket right here. Here's a bucket. Got a bucket right here. Bucket. Yep. Got my bucket full now. My bucket's full of birdseed now. Uh-oh. All right, let's feed these birds up here. It's gone like 90% of this shit. Fuck. Okay, let's go over here and try to feed these other birds. Let's see. All right, I put like shit tons of bird food out. Hell yeah. Think about that. What else we're gonna do? Oh, Mao. Dude, it's like really cold outside. No. Maybe 50 degrees. Wow, it feels kind of cold. I like the cold. Ooh. I like this. Oh, the birds have something in this. Joe Biden has 10 on his jacket. Right? What's. Never mind. Let's just forget it. It's cold out. I'm gonna put on an extra shirt. Oh, that's a light on. So stupid, man. Even when I like off, like, Colton is doing right now. You can be like Colton and do this too. Whoa. Colton's like, look at my banana. Look at my banana. It's like an antenna. Oh, I got an antenna. Oh. My banana's bigger than yours. Look at my banana. Can your banana do this? Ooh. Ow, dude, fuck. Oh, fuck. Banana power. Oh. Banana, 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 banana. That never happened. I had to turn off these damn lights. Fuck. Oh, it's fucking raining. Dude, it's raining. No. I gotta fix that. I broke it or something. Well, I probably need 16 hands to fix it, so. Maybe if I just hit it with an axe. That's probably not a good idea. Oh. Apparently that's a no. It's raining. Oh my God, it's raining. Oh. Oh. Fuck. Let's mow anyways. I guess. So I guess since it's raining, we'll just put on this weird coat that I got. Alright.
What if they apple Friday,
I got a magic coat for you. Oh. I think I did it wrong. Let's see. I don't know. I don't care. I might have did it wrong. Wait. Dude. Do you know what the fuck time it is right now? It's about the time to mow the motherfucking grass. The grass! Sorry. I said that too loud. Sorry. I was trying to make it sound more like this, but was screaming and it didn't work. Oh! Sorry. I got it's fucking raining. Let's go. All right. It's raining. I ain't joking. Listen. Oh, cat wants in. You back? There you go. Where'd you come from? Anyway? Oh, it's so nice out when it's raining. Yeah. Your car smoking pretty good. Not sure if that's good. You might have a head gasket going fucking out. Oh, yeah. Or it could be normal. Maybe okay. might be okay. Oh my god, it looks nice out. Rain. You covered. You're wet. Oh my god, you're wet. Uh oh. Let's go inside now. Oh shit! Let's go back inside. It's wet outside. I don't want to go outside. It's wet. This is a raincoat. This is a waterproof raincoat here. So if I wanted to blend in, you couldn't even see me. I could wear that. Or have a Gore-Tex red one. This one's just PVC with some shitty reinforcement, like just a basic ass. And these basic ones, I've kind of started to like these because even though they're basic, it's like really, it's pretty good basic. It's basic. That's good. It's basic. Because PVC is not, if it's not reinforced, it's shitty. But with the shitty reinforcement, it actually makes it a little better. And it makes it just good enough. Actually, so. I have two Gore-Tex jackets. One is camouflage from the 90s. And then the other one is red. And it says Gore-Tex. But it's old. It's so cool though. It's like old Gore-Tex. But I can see why they kind of like got rid of it. Because it's like, it's... Because real Gore-Tex, like if you bought a real Gore-Tex jacket, I've seen them before, and they start off at $500, and it's like there's no way. But the one I bought, I don't even know if I paid $50 or what I paid. And it's really nice. I can get it. I should get it. I have a real Gore-Tex jacket. Some stuff I buy sucks because I kept trying to buy this merino wool or some bullshit, and it kept like totally sucking. It like sucked really fucking bad, dude. So I've learned do not buy that weird merino wool bullshit. That shit's fake. Don't buy that. It might not be fake, but it's totally it's a joke. It's like retarded. Don't buy that. You gotta buy. You gotta buy the good shit. It's like there's no substitute for the good shit. Speaking of good shit, hold on a second. Poopy make, but Flaps. Did you like my fucking banana? What the fuck? What the hell's going the fuck on? Motherfuckers playing with heads, goddamn banana. What the hell? I'm looking for my charger. Damn. I keep losing these fucking things. I must just be putting them in weird spots or something. Is this a beer cozy? Ooh, I found a beer cozy. Ooh. Do we have any beer? Yeah, we do have beer. We don't have. I like to have these shots with my beer. I don't have any of the shots. Me. I meant to buy some the other day. Not that you care. I don't know where my fucking charger's at, dude. Fuck. Can we do this without a charge? No, we don't have to do this. No, not if it's raining. I can't mow in the fucking rain. What am I fucking thinking? Yeah, I can. I can do whatever I want. Fuck. I don't think you're supposed to mow in the fucking rain, now that I think about it. You can kind of do it, but it's like, it actually probably not a good idea. Fuck. It's raining? It's not going to stop me. What? I don't even know what we're doing. Well, let's just pace around the goddamn yard and maybe we'll figure it out after a while. What the hell was I doing? Well, I fed the birds. Excuse me. Cats. Yeah, it is raining. Well, I got a rain jacket. I don't have the legs on, but I don't even think it's raining. Might have to take this off. All right, we made it outside. Hold on, let's try to touch grass. All right, we're gonna try to touch grass, guys. We might not be able to touch grass. We have beer. We can drink beer. Oh yeah, I have 2 different kinds of beer. But we'll only drink one. Ow. The fuck, it's like pulling hairs out of my face. I fucking hate that shit. All right, let's touch grass. Here's my foot. Okay. Touching grass. Touch grass. There you go. I touched grass. I guess I do feel a little better. Now watch this.
Yo.
Hey.
I'm back. I took a nap. Did some errands or chores, I mean. My fucking cat knocked a whole glass of Coke on my computer chair. Reached up and just tipped it down. I'm like, you
I
little
know. My cats actually do this thing. Anytime I get Jägermeister, I'll like pour a shot and I'll like set it next to me or something sometimes. And the fucking cats will like jump up and like start swatting at that shot. And I've had them literally knock it off a few times. And I'm like, you motherfuckers, leave my shot of Jaeger. And it's kind of funny. Like,
Kiki did that to my big glass of cola. And I was like, son of a
Yeah.
bitch, you know. I don't drink much soda anyway, and I was like, I felt like having a glass of soda, and I sat it down. I went to go pee. I come back. I heard something, and I said, and he's just sitting there next to it. My chair is soaked. Luckily, it didn't go towards my computer, you know, like it just went straight onto my chair. He hopped up there and just grabbed the tip and tipped it over. I'm like, that's what he does with glasses, and I've made it a point not to leave any glasses anywhere unattended because that's his thing. He will tip it over. He reaches up to the top and just pulls it down, like just fucking instantly. Dude, if he sees it, it's coming down. It's I don't know what the fuck made him do that, but he's done it, and I don't know how to stop him.
that's what my cats do that too. That's just a cat thing. You just get over it, I guess. I guess it's just something you got to get over.
I guess. Hang on, let me. I gotta make him a bottle. I'll be right back.
Ooh, it's raining. I wonder if my mower starts to rain. What are you doing, cat? You're a funny kitty. These outside cats. Oh no, this seat's really wet. Oh no, I don't think I can do it if it's not wet. Damn it. I wonder if I have something to fix that. Yeah, I probably have something to fix it. I was at Walmart the other day and they had a full size bed marked down like half off, and I'm like, so it was like $100 and something bed, and I'm like, well, that's actually probably pretty cool. I didn't buy it though, but I'm like, oh fuck, I went back. I'm like, well, when I have money, I'll go back. So I did get money, and I went back, and it was gone. I'm like, go figure, because that was a really good deal, like half off on a badass Walmart mattress. Fuck, dude. My mattress is okay. It would be better, but it's not that bad. don't think it's the worst mattress I've ever had. Hey, at least I got a mattress. When the zombies win, nobody has mattresses. That's the thing, they say you'll unbug. So even if I was to make a prediction, even off what Carl Schwab said before he left, the only thing I could see that he said, he literally said, he's like, well, the next crisis, it will not be a pandemic, it will be a weather weapons. And I'm like, I fucking believe it. Is this like no, he said the next thing is
No, you
he
said
said
pandemic instead of pandemic.
oh I don't know. But anyways,
Pandemic.
he said weather weapons. And it's like, what does it seem like they've been using lately? Maybe, I don't know.
Well, dude, they already got a thing where they want to block out the sun to stop global warming.
Yeah, no, I saw that.
I'm like, what the fuck?
I meant to post that, and probably I don't know if I posted that or not. And sometimes I won't post things. I'm like, well, I already talked about this, so like, fuck. And then I go back and I'm like, oh fuck, I needed to post it. What are you doing, Chatter Chad?
It's like, what the fuck, dude? They tell you buy solar so you can, save the planet. And now it's like you buy solar and then they're like, okay, now we're going to take away the sun. Like, what the fuck, man? You know what? Every time they get you to do something, it's like the power companies. They did the same thing almost. They said, okay, well, we can't help but raise the price of power. So what you can do is buy better efficiency, like a higher SEER rating on your air conditioners and refrigerators and everything. So what's everybody do? They go out and they buy like the expensive air conditioners and refrigerators and stoves with a really high SEER rating. And then what they do, they're like, oh, well, you're not using enough, so we got to jack our prices up. So what the fuck, man? They keep finding a reason to jack up the price and tell you to do something. And then when you do it to try and save money, they find a reason to jack up the price anyway. So they're like, yeah, if you buy higher SEER rating products, then we won't have to charge so much because there won't be so much demand. And then all of a sudden they turn around and go, well, because I guess we've got such a surplus and the demand isn't high enough, we've got to charge more because we're not selling enough. It's like, wait a fucking minute. You just said, you just made everybody go out and spend all it's a fucking conspiracy.
It's even worse than that. Because
the only way to do it really is go off grid, man. Just go the fuck off grid. Stop getting dicked around by all these people. If you can go off grid, like invest in it, stay off grid. Because like the easiest way to sell somebody on going off grid is ask them this: wouldn't you like to be paying the power bills that you were paying 30 years ago? Wouldn't you like to do that? Well, you can lock that price down right now. And in 30 years' time, when your warranty runs out and it's time to replace your system, you'll still have been paying what you're paying right now, 30 years into the future.
Yeah. I also looked that up because there's different solar cells you can get because they got the anamorphic and crystal thing or whatever it is.
Well, the concept like behind a lot of that stuff is when it first came out, it wasn't economical. People, they weren't selling. Like I worked at Firestone for a while, and they told us that when a person with a Prius comes in, you don't sell them on the economic, like here it would be cheaper to do this repair now. You sell them on what's better for the environment. That's how they said. They said don't bring up anything that's cheaper. They didn't buy it because it was cheaper. It was an uneconomical car. They don't, they paid way more money than what they were gonna what it was worth. Not because it was economical in any way. It was a save the planet purchase. And so they said that's the mentality of that customer. So you don't sell them, don't try to approach them on what would be cheaper and what would be more efficient. Sell them on the fact that this is going to save the planet. And so whatever service you were going to tell them or sell them, you had to sell them on that. And that's that's kind of the same way. Like in the beginning of solar, it wasn't economic. You were buying solar to help the planet, you know, like that was your concept. Now it's actually at the technology where it becomes worth it, but they jacked the price up on everything. The only thing holding back solar power or wind power is battery technology. So that's it. That's the only thing is battery technology. The batteries right now are so expensive to store that energy that's what the cost prohibitive part is. The solar panels are cheap. The inverters are not that bad. I mean, they're still expensive, but they're not that bad. It's the batteries. That's what's killing everybody. And then when the batteries, that's another thing that like right now, solar power, right? Like, okay, so here's the pros and cons. Number one, solar power is like 100 times worse for the environment in the sense that what you have to do with the used solar equipment, like the batteries, the lithium batteries, they're treated like nuclear waste. So what has to happen and what they have to do to the earth to get that lithium is insane. How much earth they have to move and strip mine to get lithium is fucking insane. So what, you know, it's not really for the environment if you're destroying the environment 10 times worse than the end result, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, how are you supposed to?
Just saw
You're cutting
the
out
wind
what?
turbine on the building, and they said they couldn't even use them because it was too loud. And
What
I
now?
thought, well, I bet you there was they made a skyscraper with wind turbines on it, and they had to get rid of the wind turbines because they were too loud, and I bet they were killing birds too and stuff.
Well, the wind turbines, yeah. I mean, again, it's storing the power where, you know, and that's the holdback of the technology is the power storage. Like they're hoping that AI will come up with a much better way to store power than we can, because it takes like engineers in a lab, some unnamed guy or whatever to study and test and research better ways to store power, and then you might see that, you know, when it comes into the competition in the battery industry, it might trickle down, you know, you might get a better battery. Like, because you remember for a while it was like nickel metal hydrate batteries were like all the rage. Everybody would switch their rechargeable batteries to nickel NIMH batteries. Those were like the best, you know. And then now there's the lithium, you know. So we kept finding new metals and new you know, minerals that had the ability to store power for longer and to store more amperage and more voltage, not so much, but the amperage and milliamps and all that, amp hours, you know, how many amp hours can they get out of a battery. And
You know what some of the best batteries are is these 18650s.
I don't know, but
They're called 18650s. That's what they used to make that stuff out of. I don't know if they do that or not.
well, if it's lead acid, then I mean that's the old style.
No,
you know.
18650 or it's lithium ion. 18650.
I don't know.
Yeah. And they're rechargeable.
But I don't know. It's crazy to me though how, you know, they keep. Oh, hey, baby Jane. Yeah, we're having a good weekend. What's up? But yeah, that's really the whole holdback to all that is just the battery technology. And then, you know, so if AI can come up with a better battery, then it would be a lot. But, you know, that's always the thing. They have the price set real high in the beginning, and then everybody, you know, the rich buy it, and then it trickles down to the average person. But, you know, it's still gonna, they lobby so hard. Oh, all right, yeah, we're doing good. Hope you're doing all right. Thanks for coming by, I guess. If I don't know if you're gonna stick around or not, but like they make it so expensive in the beginning that only the wealthy get it, and then after that, then the wealthy, or when they're moved on to something else, we finally get something, and then what? Like it's already outdated practically, or it's still not economical enough because you're in competition with the power companies, a monopoly. Same thing with like internet providers and power companies.
Did you
and
ever
stuff.
hear like what did they do with like Tesla's information when he died? Like what did they do with Tesla's?
Well, it was confiscated, and it disappeared. Like it just got taken, and then you didn't see nothing about it.
Here's another thing. You ever heard about like what they did with Einstein's brain? You ever heard about
I
that?
thought they froze it or something, didn't they?
No. So
Like Walt
Einstein
Disney?
died, and they ordered his body to be destroyed and not studied. And they said, well, that's what his family wanted, and because they thought that would be bad. And then some dude, they hired a guy to destroy his body, and he stole the brain and ran. And he went and studied the brain for like 50 years or something. It was crazy. And you can look that up. Like the dude that stole Einstein's brain, and he fucking studied it and all this shit. And I'm like, that guy is fucking, that's not a zombie there. Like that dude was a fucking genius. I mean, you got to be, you're like, no, because they tell you, they're like, all right, you're in charge of destroying Einstein's brain. And the dude's like, all right, I'll do it. And then he's like, hell no. And he like, he steals the brain and goes and literally studies it though. Like, that's, could you imagine that? Like stealing Einstein's brain and then fucking studying it. That's some weird fucking shit right there, dude. Sorry, I'm fucked up. Sorry.
What are you drinking?
Steedman's. Stedman's. Yeah, Stedman's. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce anything. Yeah, it is bourbon. That's the best. Yeah, look at the color on it. It's really good. Dead man's.
But I don't know, man. Like, so who knows? Like, what? It's going to be interesting to see what happens in the future with, the exponential growth, and it's hard for people to wrap their head around what exponential means. Like that's just, there's nothing that we know of that happens naturally exponentially that we can like, oh yeah, I get it. People think they get it, like we've been watching things slowly, when people see exponential growth, they start thinking aliens, like when our technology is on an exponential growth, and they're like, well, we were so stagnant in technology for so long, and then all of a sudden we just saw this explosion sort of happen, right after Roswell. And then, the transistor. And then once the transistor came out, then there was, everything else just happened so fast after. And look at where we are now. And I'm like, that's exponential growth. That's how that works. That's the only example of exponential growth that we really have to look at. And what do? We don't blame exponential growth. We go, aliens did it. We got technology from aliens, and that's what we're really dealing with.
Well, one day they did these a long ass time ago. I think even Obama or somebody weird was in office because he was even like, I'm going to release some UFO. So the day came, he's like, I released the fucking UFO documents. And I'm like, no way.
Oh, you're locked up.
Oh, fuck my life.
You're locked up.
Anyway,
Okay.
sorry. Yeah, no, my internet's weird. Sorry. I gotta fix that shit.
You got like peak hours or something. What's your, when you do a speed test, what does it show? You're up and
Like
down.
the highest it went was like 100 down. And this is new. My old shit, the highest it ever went was 10, but actually it would always say 6.
Right.
And then what I got now says 100. And then on the upload on the old shit, dude, for 10 years now, I had the old internet, and I only just now upgraded after being like, fuck this. And what did it is my house got struck with lightning, dude. And it made me just buy better internet and shit like that. I don't know.
Right. Like I'm in the like 500, like it's half a terabyte per second right now.
That's really fast. Yeah, that's faster than mine then. That's faster.
Yeah, it's half a terabyte without having fiber optic.
And then
that's about as good as I can
But
get.
I had for 10 years my upload. But when I lived in Cincinnati, dude, it was gigabit. So it was like insane. And I even kept trying to be like, dude, I got like this. I kept trying to make servers and stuff too.
Well, yeah, like when fiber optic hit, I actually sold fiber optic system or internet for AT&T. And I remember I did it for a short time. It was during when DirecTV switched over to AT&T. I went to just selling AT&T because we had these, like, I had up to $500 on a gift card that I could give people to switch them over to AT&T internet. And plus, you know, they would be locked down. It was what they were saying was that it would be $90 a month, and it would be 1 gig. It would be fiber optic, 1 gig, up and down, forever. $90. You'd lock it in for $90 forever, and that's all you would pay. It wouldn't go up. And in reality, like, everyone knew that was a lie. That there's no way they wouldn't bump the price up or anything. I knew that was a lie. But the incentive I could give them a $500, up to a $500. I was supposed to start off at like $100 gift card and stuff like that. But I went into this neighborhood and where they had just laid down fiber optic, AT&T did, and they took a trencher across everybody's yard and didn't do anything. They just like filled it back in. That was it. Just left a fucking mess in everybody's yard. And they were all pissed, dude. They were all pissed off. They had to go out and hire landscapers to come and fix it and buy sod and everything. And then, so I went in and once I got enough complaints of that, I came up with the idea. I said, well, then I was like, well, fuck, this neighborhood needs this, you know? So I said, look, you know, AT&T, we you know, blah, blah, blah. I made this story up where I said that, oh yeah, here's $500 to fix your yard. And we're sorry about that. We you know, we really were kind of trapped in that one. There's no landscaping company that would work a deal with us. So here's just the money to fix it, whatever. We apologize for the inconvenience, but we're also going to offer you, here's 500 to, you know, and I was desperate to make a sale. I could not hardly sell any of it. But I went to the Navy base in Pensacola, and I went door to door on the Navy base in their enlisted housing, and I was going door to door, and hardly nobody was home, you know, and I'm like, well, shit, this sucks, you know, like nobody's home during the day, and except for like housewives and stuff. And then I finally caught this guy that was home, and I you know, I was dressed as the AT&T guy and had my shirt and everything and credentials, my badge and all that. And I, you know, as soon as the guy heard that he was a gamer and he had like big screens in like giant screens in every room. And he was like, oh, fuck yeah, I'm down. Yes, do this. Let's do this right now. I didn't even give him any money for it. He just wanted it bad. He's like, I'll take it. Like, he had been waiting for this type of internet speed, you know, and he's like, fuck, nobody offers it. And he's like, shit, yeah, I'm taking it. And he was like the most gung-ho sale that I had ever made. And I was like, damn,
Yeah.
But no, I
That's
couldn't
what I would
hardly
have been
make,
like, though.
dude.
I'd have been like, more
What's
speed.
crazy? What was crazy was that like AT&T was paying me through this contracting company the highest amount of commission that I had like ever seen. So all I really had to do was make like 5 sales in a week, and I would have been bringing home like $1,000. But that's how hard it was to sell. They had such a bad name. Everybody was pissed off at them. Everybody owed them money. Everybody was like, because they just fucked their customers over like a cash grab. They just fucked everybody over, changed the deal. So nobody trusted AT&T. They screwed the pooch, man. They didn't want anything to do with AT&T. They were like, no, fuck them. And I got yelled at, screamed at, cursed at.
I know.
To get off their
Well,
property.
the weird thing is I actually hate AT&T because they fucked me, dude. So you're right.
Everybody, I didn't know
They
that.
did.
Like I didn't know that. And that's why they were paying such high commissions just to try and get somebody on a contract for like a minimum of 2 years. That was the deal. You had to get the card. You had to have a 2-year contract. And they were paying up to $500 per contract.
Dude, I had AT&T a few times and they always fucked me every time. Yeah. Oh,
yeah. So nobody wanted them, man. And I couldn't sell it to save my dick, because I was like, fuck this, man. Like I mean, it was I might make like 3 or 4 sales in a week, and I don't know, I'd bring like hardly nothing home, but I was like, fuck this, I'm going out to drink, dude. I'd be like I'd hit the bar and just fucking party, man, and because it was like, I mean, but I got to the point where I'd find a neighborhood that was in the I had a list of neighborhoods that I could go to, and I would canvass the neighborhood, and I would park outside of the neighborhood, and I had a piece of paper that I would stick on my dash. I just park off the side of the road, and I had magnets that I would stick on the side of my truck, and it just said AT&T contractor, and then on the dash it said do not tow, AT&T, blah 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 blah, and whatever it said. And I had printed that out and stuck it on my dash so nobody would fuck with my truck while I was out walking door to door. And I would hit every single house, dude. Like I would not let one of them, miss. And I still couldn't, like out of a house with like maybe 100 houses, neighborhood with like 100 houses, I wouldn't make one sale, dude. Not one person wanted it. And I was like, holy shit, dude, this is bad. Like I didn't realize AT&T had such a bad reputation. And I didn't stay in that business for long, dude. I mean, I probably did it for like 2 months and then I quit. I was like, fuck this, dude. I can't make any money doing this, dude. I kept thinking maybe I'm doing it wrong. It wasn't my sales technique, dude. They had really fucked over their customers. And I was like, shit, man. That's a true story. I couldn't believe it, dude. I was like, I thought AT&T was, I didn't know. I don't keep up with AT&T, but when I found that out, I was like, holy shit, man, you guys have really fucked your customers over. If you notice, like, you really don't see AT&T commercials very often anymore. They've gotten into other shit. Like they're just like, oh, Magic Jack. Yeah. I remember those.
Dude, I had that for like 2 years and I made money, dude.
VoIP.
I made money that way, man. But I would just sell shit, like random ass shit. And that would work. I did it.
When I did sell stuff, like I told, like people were wanting cable, like they wanted, they didn't want to pay the cable bills for that. And I told them, I was like, look, just go and get you a shit. What was it called? Something stick, the Fire Stick, Amazon Fire Stick. Go buy a Fire Stick. And then boom, you'll have everything, including pay-per-view. All you need is internet, And I'm like, so.
Well, now the TVs they kind of come with that now. I noticed that because, dude, I've been finding fucking these TVs in the fucking garbage, man, like crazy. And I'm like, dude, I swear they work. That none of them have remotes, though. That's part of the problem. But I'm also like, well, none of them have Roku, but they're all badass, really good TVs. They just don't have like Roku or the Fire Stick or whatever. And it's like all these new TVs got that.
At Walmart, dude. You can get a Roku. I
know.
Put them on everything in the house.
I know. That's why I was like, dude, these TVs ain't bad. You could fucking You don't need that stupid smart
Like
shit.
I
You
got
can just
cable.
do whatever.
I have cable service, but I don't use it. I just use the internet, and mainly because I didn't want to have to wire up every TV with a cable wire. So I just plugged in a Roku, and it's all Wi-Fi. You know, so
I got rid of my cable. I was paying cable up till a few months ago, and I bought better internet, and then now I'm using the cable or the internet for the cable. Yeah.
Yeah, just get a Roku and you're fine, dude. I don't even
Mhm.
watch it. It's for my girl and for like the baby room and stuff. I put one in the living room. Well, I have Amazon Prime. I mean, yeah, Amazon Prime. So I can watch that, and I got Netflix, and so if I want to watch stuff on the big screen, I still have everything connected with my PC. Like my projector is the third.
Also, well, the
screen.
TV, these new TVs, they do YouTube. I notice everybody's like, they're looking at YouTube from the TV.
Right.
Like my TV does do YouTube. I just
Right.
like, I'm already so used to the phones and the computers. I don't even think about the damn TV.
Right. Yeah, I've sent, like I said, I've got the way I set it up was the projector has the third. Yeah, is that one you found?
No, that's one I bought. That's my good TV. I paid like $400 or something weird for it a while ago because what happened is my TV. I had this TV for fucking God knows how long. It was an old ass RCA HD TV I had forever, and one day it broke, and I had money, and I'm like, well, fuck it, I'm gonna just go buy a TV, and I bought this TV, and it was like $400. And at the time,
the other day.
this was the best you could get at the time, and it's still really good. There ain't nothing. Yeah.
The TV in the baby room like stopped putting out sound. My girl called me up while I was at work. She's like, "Hey, the TV stopped working." I was like, "What do you mean?" She goes, "Well, it's got a picture but no sound." I said, "Well, unplug it and plug it back in. Unplug the Roku, plug it back in." And she did, and it didn't work. And I was like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "Well, you got to let it wait a second. Let the capacitors and everything die out. You know, like let it do an actual reboot. If you just unplug it and plug it back in, it doesn't have time to reset. You know, it doesn't have time for the capacitors inside to discharge. You know, and I said, you know, wait a couple of minutes and then plug it in. And then it worked." And she's like, "Oh, okay, you were right." You know, but I was already making plans. I'm like, "Well, fuck it. We'll take the bedroom TV, put it in his room. He'll get an upgrade. And then I'll just go and get like a 60-inch or something for the bedroom." And, you know, I was trying to upgrade to a big TV in the bedroom. And I was like, and then she called me back and said, "Oh, it worked." And I was like, "God damn it." You know, like, oh, well, all right. I could have still done it, but
That's why I was like, dude, when I see him in the garbage, I'm like, I'll bet you $1,000 there's nothing wrong with that motherfucker, dude. And sure as shit, I found 5 flat, and I realized none of them have remotes, and also none of them are smart TVs, but they're all HD, like 1080p. They're all 1080p's. But they don't have fucking Roku or whatever the fuck it is, or remotes. When I think, well, yeah, the remote, that is kind of like people are gonna freak out about that. And it's like, well, it don't matter. Like you could use them for anything. Like I could make like Alex Jones Studios with it. Like I have TVs everywhere. Like, and then play robots taking PCP or something. I don't know. Big busty robot chicks on PCP. Woo! Playing Metallica. Explode. Just like the Pied Piper led rats through the streets. Dance like the marionette, swaying to the symphony of destruction. Nah, nah, nah. Oh, it's okay. And they dance like the marionette, swaying to the symphony. Hold on, what is this? Oh, that's a lure. I need to put that with my other lures. That's a nice lure. We're not charging.
Have you ever seen in your town those signs that says like free solar or something like that? Like, you ever seen those signs that start popping up? Free solar today.
I see them on the internet.
No, they're okay. There's these company. There's like this big company called Meraki. And they go town to town. They canvass the town, and they sell. they have all these guys that come out and sell like a ton of solar. That like real. They hustle, right? They slam these people with solar, and we used to call them malarkey. That was our nickname for them, because they would sell you or tell you that you're going to get like 30 kilowatts or whatever, and they'd sell you like a 10, I don't know, not even like a 8K inverter or something like that, and they'd sell what added up to like maybe 30 kilowatts or whatever, but there was no possible way to actually do that inversion. You know what I mean? Like the inverter just was not capable of doing that. But they put a shit ton of panels on your house, but most of them were, you couldn't tap into it. You didn't have the ability to tap into the power that was there. You know what I mean? Like, you were limited, but they sold you like this fucking 100 kilowatt system or something. In reality, you're only getting 30 or something to that effect. And meanwhile, and not only that, but they would never do a battery system. So all you were doing was lowering your bill. You weren't being able to have, like, just because a house has solar on it doesn't mean there's power when the power's out. They've got to have batteries for that. So, like, that's the thing. Like, a lot of people don't realize is that a battery backup system, like, you can do, like, on average, it costs about $1 a watt to install solar. That's about the average cost. So a 30 kilowatt system will get you probably about 50 amps, like worth of breakers. And you'd have to do it on like, if you were going to do a battery backup, add 15,000 to that, and that'll get you about a 50 amp sub panel that will work when power's out. So you get to migrate certain breakers from your main box into this other sub panel that will be working when power goes out. And that's usually like your kitchen circuit for your food, and like maybe a bedroom and a living room, outlet or something like that. Like something like a I don't know, like a 30 amp circuit, and then like a 20 amp circuit. And that's it, like, or whatever, you know what I mean? Like a 20 amp or because you're going to have about at least a 20 amp for your kitchen, because you got the stove, the oven, the refrigerator, and that'll at least allow you to cook and keep your food. But you're not going to be able to run your air conditioning central AC on that unless you go with like a full, 200 amp pass through system, which would be like a 15K inverter with a 200 amp pass through. Now you can go your whole house. You don't need a sub panel. The whole house can be on battery backup. But then you're going to need at least 30 kilowatts of battery power. That's like 3 10K batteries. So now you're talking 100 grand to be off grid. That's about what it costs with a battery system to have a 200 amp pass through, like, so that you don't have like not really much changes. You just have a disconnect outside that is before you get to your breaker box, and that's it. Like a fusible disconnect. I think that's what code calls for. Is it's got to be fusible. So that's about what it costs, is $100,000 to make your house off grid. But if you think about it, the average lifespan of the solar panels is 30 years. That's your warranty. So you take that 100 grand and you divvy it up over 30 years. Now, granted, your inverter probably has a 10-year warranty. Your batteries probably have 30-year. So your batteries and your panels have the 30-year warranty, but batteries probably like 10 years.
No,
Like that.
the solar
But they
panel
average
can be
out at-
30-year, but the batteries, dude, they're only max 5. No, there's no. I don't even think it's 5,
Well,
but
depending
the
on
highest you could
how-
probably get is like 5 on
like
the batteries.
if as long as you don't allow them to ever get below like 30%, like before they start charging again, like you don't let them get down too low, then they'll last. They'll last a lot longer. Sometimes you can even go up, it's all depends on the battery charger settings. So if you've got a charge controller that you can set it to, which you're going to have, then yeah, you can set it to like 50%, and then you'll make the batteries last longer if you don't discharge them. You know what I mean? Like you get to about half of discharge and you charge it back up again. The batteries last so much longer, but the more you discharge them, the shorter of a lifespan you'll have. So you got to make that decision, when you're doing it. Do you want to have longer lasting power or longer lasting batteries? You know what I mean? So what's more important? So because let's say you've got it. If you think about this, let's say it's a hurricane. Most of the time when hurricanes come along and you lose power, you're going to be without power for a few weeks, couple of weeks or so, or more. But if the hurricane is bad, that's in Florida, right? You'll probably be without power, because it takes a while for them to restore power. They're getting better at it because, from like a tri-state area, people will come and help out and get the grid back up and going. But in the meantime, it's not like everything just gets all sunny again, like right after it happens. It takes a while for all the clouds to get out of there. So it's going to be especially if the hurricane kind of just stalls, and it always does. Once it hits land, it kind of stalls out. But you've got cloud coverage for the next like week and a half. Well, your batteries ain't going to charge during that time. You're going to use up your power that you have in backup pretty quickly. And then you're not going to charge, very, very well because it's cloudy outside. You know what I mean? So you're only really going to have power for an extra day and a half, 2 days before
that's why you're supposed to do wind and solar.
Right. And again,
you can get wind in the night. Like it could be windy at night and then sunny in the day.
But you know how big of a wind turbine you'd have to be the equivalent of solar panels on your house. That's why it's not feasible. Like it's just not. Nobody has wind turbines in their yard for power. It's just not feasible. They have, but so like people that get solar, and here's another thing too, is that like let's say you bought solar and everything, and then they start saying, well, everything's going to switch over to cars that are going to be electric. So you got to find a way to charge that too. So now all of a sudden your solar system's not strong enough to handle your household use and charging your electric vehicle. So now you got to upgrade, add another 15 grand or so in solar to be able to offset what you're using to charge the car. So let's say you already had like 30 kilowatts and you're getting like a, I don't know, maybe $100 bill in electric. Now we're talking like a 5-bedroom house in a normal neighborhood. You drop your bill down to like $100, right? And now you got to add a car that's charging, with a actual charger that's not just an electric, extension cord, because that takes forever to charge. You got to have a pretty juiced up system to charge that car and have it ready by the morning, especially if you do any amount of driving in it, so now you've got to add to that system, make it stronger, make it a more powerful system just for that car. And usually it's about half as much as what you have. So you might can get away with like a 5,000 watt addition to kind of offset that, but like the grid, if everybody were to switch over to the like with the Biden administration, they wanted like this electric car mandate where they wouldn't make regular cars anymore, and they didn't care that it was not
California possible. They're still trying to mandate that. In California right now, they're still trying to do that mandate. And that's the only place that's still trying to do this shit.
And they're not even thinking about the fact that the grid doesn't have the capability for everybody to have electric cars. It's going to stop people from getting electric cars because they're not going to be able to charge them. The grid is not designed for that. It's barely keeping up with people as it is. Now add electric cars to everybody. That's like literally doubling the amount of power consumption. What are you doing? Well, it's not doubling. It's like 1.5 times the power consumption. And with nothing, no one putting money into building a better grid infrastructure or adding, and they keep wanting to take away the easy and cheap way to make power, which is coal burning and things like that. So you're like, so what the fuck? They're just skyrocketing the prices. So the Democrats are like, oh, we're going to save the planet. But what we're not telling you is that most of you are going to get poorer and the wealthy are going to stay wealthy. They're going to get rich off of this and you're going to get poorer because everything's going to cost you an arm and a leg to survive. We're not going to tell you that part. We want you to fight for saving the planet. And we're not talking about how this is going to cost you. That's what Democrats do. They're not for the people at all. Never have been. They just want you to think that they are. Like, look at it. They brought back segregation. That was the biggest slap in the face to the black community I've ever seen in my life. They brought back segregation, but they wanted, like, in other words, instead of white people saying, hey, you can't be here, you have to have your own bathrooms and your own, neighborhoods and your own this and that. Now they're like, no, white people can't be here. That's what we'll say. We'll say that it's white people that can't be here. They reversed it, and now they act as if white people are trying to go into the black communities and stuff. No, they act like they made them. They're so stupid. They bought into this, and that now they don't realize that they got segregated again. The Democrats never wanted them integrated into society. That it was the Republicans that brought about segregation, and that's the longest filibuster in history. Came from Democrats fighting for that segregation, and so you wonder what the fuck. And now they brought it back, but they just relabeled it, and they bought into it hook, line, and sinker. And they're trying to tell you that you're the one that's racist. And they're the ones, of course, everyone sees it. The liberals and Democrats are the most racist on the planet, yet they act like they're not. Everything they say they are, they're the exact opposite of. And, people who were Democrats that have switched to be from Democrats to Republicans, it was the people who woke up and said, wait a minute. As soon as my Republican friends, they were okay with me being a Democrat. We could have a conversation about it. But my Democrat friends were like fucking Nazis by comparison. Completely intolerant. This coming from the party of tolerance. It was ridiculous. And now they've got segregation back, and they're happy about it, because now instead of them, it's like no girls allowed. And then the girls go, oh yeah, well, how about no boys allowed where we're at? And we're like, yeah, we don't want to go there anyway, so who cares? You know what I mean? But now they're, no, it's so fucked up, dude. They actually brought back segregation, and they're happy about it. You there? They're having like black only graduations and black only this and that. And I'm thinking, that's segregation. You're doing it to yourselves now. We're like, all right, it's like, that's what you want, fucking, if and then what? Are we racist if we allow it? Or are we racist because we're saying you can't have that? Either way, you lose. You see how that works? It's a fucking game that traps you from, you know what I mean? Like, you can't be right in that. Only they can be right. And none of it makes any damn sense. Oh no. There you are.
Yeah, it's raining here. My internet will cut out. So it's actually raining. So yeah, it'll cut out. Yeah.
It's one of the best, like, trolls I think that liberals have ever done to themselves. They brought back segregation and don't realize it. And if they do realize it, they don't care. I don't know how they can,
For me, it's like that, what you're explaining, that's kind of like the tip of the iceberg.
Oh yeah.
And
it's
then
just
like
one
under
one
that,
example.
like this huge crazy thing. And that's like, I was shocked that Alex Jones was making a similar prediction. I'm like, his prediction is really close to mine.
Well, the problem is, it's if you believe the mainstream media, if you believe that they are actually the majority and that there's going to be, no, they're not the majority. The majority doesn't want that, but they want you to think that they're the majority. They'll just lie about it until, say a lie enough times, it becomes the truth, right? Well, it's not working. They've cried wolf way too many times, and everybody's pretty much woken up to it. As soon as Biden got in there, they realized, whoa, this has gone off the rails fast. Oh, those are great. Those are great. Those taste amazing. The chicken bacon ranch.
Yeah.
They're really good.
Bacon ranch.
They're really good. But the like, people have woken up to it. They're not people are not as stupid anymore. So I think that this race war that they're trying to say is going to happen. There's some cities, California mainly, but some cities across America are going to be, Seattle. A few cities might have some of that shit going on, but for the most part, nobody's going to pay attention to it because it's not real. It's they want you to think it is. That no one's going to get out there and start rioting against whatever race because of this or that. There's going to be some protests here and there, but I think for the most part, like, nobody's buying into that shit.
That's why they might pull out something weird like alien invasion or something weird. Yeah.
Well, they tried. They're not going to be able to do another pandemic lockdown for a long ass time because they everybody saw what happened. I think what it is like, you got some people in power that moved too soon. The ones that wanted to lock everybody down and institute communism and stuff, they moved too soon. They thought the public was ready for them to lock it down. And you saw how a lot of people were. Like I saw Karens freaking out because somebody walked into a Target without a mask, and she's out there in the parking lot screaming her head off. And how, you know, you're going to kill me. You're trying to kill people. You're a murderer. You're trying to murder people and all this and that. But, you know, you don't have a mask. I saw that. And I was like, in real life, I saw that. And I couldn't believe I was seeing it. And I'm like, you know, it's funny now, you know, but at the time, I knew it was like insanity.
I've seen it too. That's why do you think I call people zombies?
Well, it was just ridiculous that they were getting so out of hand with it. And then somehow it's just like any other fad. It just stops being popular after a little while. You know what I mean? They thought it was going to last forever. Like, oh no, you know, you can't, you know, you'll no longer be able to stand next to somebody. You know, it's gone 6 feet apart minimum all the time from now on. And meanwhile, it's like nobody cares. Like you still see the college kids and shit. They still do that. They're still, some of them wearing a mask still. Some of them are doing this. And I understand, like, if you've got a cold and you don't want to spread it or something, then yeah, wear a mask, you know, like you got a cold. But like for the most part, like you still see people that do it and you just laugh at them, you know. It never did anything. They told you right in the beginning that regular masks are not going to work. You need the N95s or whatever they were called, that kind of a mask to stop the thing. And even then, I gotta go see what's up with him. Hang on.
All right. I still got this stupid chicken I burnt last night. Stuffed crust cheese with the crust and the chicken motherfucking whole shit. Oh fuck. What the hell is inside of there? Oh shit. Actually, what I had a spoon here. Here it is. Let's see if we can taste this old shit from last night. Oh, dude, no way. That's fucking weird, I think. Oh. Oh, I have to make it a one piece at a time. I have to make my pizza one piece at. I could make it in the big oven, but it actually sucks. Every time I do it, it sucks. If I do it in this little toaster oven, it's like amazing. I want to get an air fryer too. Oh, this is like the wishbone part. Oh. Old soup. It tastes really good. It's got the bones in it. Dude, look at this bone, too. Damn it. There's so many bones. I wonder how many bones we can pull out. Let's try to pull out all the bones. That bone looks exactly like that other bone. Beep. Why is it beeping? I don't know. I'm so confused. Hey, is that a rib cage? What is it? No. Look, here's another fucking bird. Throw it away. How many other bones? I found a bone. I found a bone. Why is it beeping? Let's see if we can find more bones. Oh, that's great. Mm-mm. Ah. Bones, bones. Ew. Weird. Feel like I'm eating an alien. All right, let's see how many other bones. Oh, I see a big bone. Oh my god. Might be the biggest bone yet. Might be the hottest bone yet. Damn. That's a bone right there. Oh, you know what? Bones. Right. Whoop, 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 whoop. Let's see more bones. Oh, that's a really weird bone right there. That's a weird bone. How many other bones were there? Oh, I see a bone right there. Grab it. Oh, dude. Okay, it's like tiny. picking all the bones out. Ooh, there's another big bone. Oh, there's a little bone. That's a really weird bone. Oh, there's a big bone. Boom. All right. Get some more bones. Bone, diggity bone. Bone. I found another bone. This thing ain't nothing but bones. I was trying to make bone broth, but I don't know. Bone broth. I guess I boiled the bones, so that should be bone broth, right? Bones. Bones. They call me the bone collector. Oh, shit. Bone collector. The pizza's done. Pizza is done. Time to get pizza. Pizza is done. Yummy, yummy, and sour pizza. Pizza, 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 pizza. Oh! I'll put it in the. Yummy, yummy. Ow! Fuck. What's it? Yeah. Boy. Yeah, boy. We got lots of pizza. Anybody about to eat the motherfucking Carolina sausage? We about to eat so much pizza, it's about to get weird. No, not really. Here we go. Pizza. Pizza. Let's see. Pizza. Hold on. Can you see me? Oh, it's hot. Uh-oh. Ow! It's too hot. Hold on. How about this side? Mmm. Pretty good. Mm. Mm-mm. Mm. Mm. Uh-uh. Oh, look, it's a wishbone. Look, it's a wishbone. Look at the wishbone. Dude. Mm.
Hey, is it good?
Yeah.
I told you. That shit's good, dude. I'm taking care of my boy, so I'm listening though. I got you on speakers.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'm just eating my pizza. Sorry. Oh, I also made a soup. Oh, shit. Man. Oh. Oh, no, it's falling apart. Put it back. Oh, hot. Mm. Mm. What's beeping? That's my, I made that yesterday. I'm still eating it. It's like chicken soup. I bought a chicken for $2.50. And then I boiled it. And today's day 2. Mm. Mm-mm. Mm.
Wow. It's actually really good. Mm. Mm. You know what I had that was really good? I bought bison. I ate this fucking bison. And I ate it and I was like, dude, this is like the greatest fucking thing I've ever eaten in my fucking life. And who would have thought? I've never ever had bison. And then the one time I had bison, I'm like, I ate it all. All right, here's a little bite from my soup. Mmm. That tastes good too. Oh God. Can I have them? It's raining. Can you hear it raining? It's not that, but listen, it's raining. Bone. Bone. Look at my steaming bone. Just a bone. Yeah. Bone. There are a lot of fucking bones. All of which I cannot recognize. Oh, that's cartilage there. Cartilage. I wonder if you should eat cartilage. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, I saw a bone that flew away. Oh no. Look at the soup.
chicken soup. You wouldn't believe chicken soup if you've seen chicken soup. You wouldn't believe chicken soup. So, like, chicken soup. Chicken soup. Look at chicken soup. I see a bone. There it is. The bone. Oh, shit. Ow. Ow. I tried to show you, so fuck. Well, that needs to cool down for a minute, so fuck. That needs a motherfucker. That's hot. Oh shit. Everything's hot. Oh. Damn, dude, it's chicken. It's chicken soup. There's no noodles. It's all just weird amounts of chicken. Mm-mm. A bone. All right, we're gonna chug milk. Chug milk. Let's eat some of this first. Mm.
We're gonna fucking drink some milk right now. Oh my God. I gotta have some of that.
Good God. Pizza and Nesquik and soup.
Yes.
What kind of Nesquik is that?
Strawberry.
Oh, Jesus. You know, I go through on average about 4 to 5 gallons of milk a week.
I usually don't drink a lot of milk. Sometimes I do. Lately, I've been drinking more milk, and I kind of like it, so I might start drinking more milk. I don't know.
You know, there's times that I feel like every time I think about drinking again or something, it just immediately gets crushed by like the bad memories, you know? It's like immediately crushed. Damn, dude. Where do you put all that? Is that like a whole pizza? A fucking... That's a whole pizza. A bowl of soup.
Wait, there's another more pizza.
Oh, it wasn't a full pizza then. 3/4 of a pizza.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, that's still hot enough to be melted cheese.
Yeah, I just cooked it. Mm-hmm.
Jesus. I might order some Papa John's tonight or something. I don't know.
No, buy this. Just buy this and make this.
Yeah, I mean, I got food here and all.
Mm. I make mine in the toaster oven, not on the main oven, because it actually tastes better. Every time I make it on the main oven, I'm like, this kind of sucks. But I'll like cut it in pieces and put it on this little tin thing. I'll cut it in 3 pieces and cook it. And I put it on like 10 or 12 minutes on the little, it's a toaster oven thing. You might be able to do that also in like a air fryer. Mm-hmm. You ever made pizza in an air fryer?
Oh, dude, that's like the only way to make it nowadays.
I've never used an air fryer.
If you're going to reheat pizza, that's the way to do it.
I've never used an air fryer, but I got this cool toaster oven.
Hey, all right. So you know those, you can get those like those wings at like the gas station, Hunt's Brothers Pizza or something. You know, they have the wings there sometimes, like a 5 or 6 pack of wings that's already cooked and everything. All right. What's really good to do and what's really tasty is you get those and then you put, if you can get the Chick-fil-A sauce from Walmart or whatever, like the jar of Chick-fil-A sauce, and then use it like barbecue sauce. So you get the Hunt's Brothers pizza stuff, and then if you get the spicy wings, it actually gives it a nice kick. But then you get them home and you dip them in that stuff. You slather them in that, and then stick them in the air fryer for another like 5 minutes or 7 minutes, and then it comes out like a restaurant style glazed wings that are fucking amazing. I used to do that when I was single. I'd grab like 2 packs of those wings, and that'd be my dinner. I'd have like a dozen chicken wings, but they'd be I'd take them home and I'd slather them in the Chick-fil-A sauce and throw them in the air fryer, and then I'd pick up like a 12 pack of beer or something, and that'd be my dinner. Yeah, every time I see a carton of milk, you know what I think of? That movie Alien Nation, where they would drink the rotted sour milk and it would make them drunk. The aliens. And
I kind of vaguely remember that.
They turned it into a TV show for a while in like the 90s, I think.
I vaguely remember that.
The alien, it was about like how one alien was a cop and he had like a human partner, and they were out there busting the aliens and crime and shit. They were like alien gangs. It was kind of a ripoff of V from the 80s. It was kind of a continuation of the show V, but it wasn't like, they weren't reptilians. They just had like dots on their head. They were bald and they had like dots on their head and stuff. Yeah, it was called Alien Nation. It was a whatever, like standard show, I guess, nothing crazy, but and then the, kind of a rip off of that was District 9, you know. Which I always wanted to see the follow-up to that movie. You know what I mean? Like what happened when they went back.
Saw something not long ago. Somebody said they thought there was going to be a follow-up, but I was like, nah, I doubt it. I thought that was a good movie. It was kind of neat. I'm like, dude, it's kind of funny what they reference there.
Did you ever see The Signal? It had Lawrence Fishburne in it. And it's like these kids that were following they were going to like some hacker convention. And then as they were like, they traced back this hacker to like, they got his IP address or whatever to this one like shack in Arizona or something in Nevada. And they're like, well, it's a little bit out of the way. They were on their way to go to this hacker convention. And he was like the most notorious hacker. And they're like, shit, if we go there and bust him or whatever, then we'd be the most notorious hackers because we found the hacker, you know, like, you know what I mean? Like, so they decide to go there, and it's like this little shack, and they go in there, and then they see that there's like this scuttle hole that goes down to like this underground development. And it's like these, it's like they had access. It was like an incognito access point to like this underground government base or something, right? And it was like this little shack, you know, just sitting alone out in the desert, like an abandoned house or something. But it was really like a cover for like an access to the thing. And they go in there, they're looking for this hacker, and then they realize they're in something much deeper than that. And then they discover there's like aliens or something, and he somehow or another, he gets some kind of stuff sprayed on him, like on his legs or something, like one of the guys, and then his legs slowly start turning into like some kind of scaly reptilian legs, but they give him like a power. And he's when they finally like escape, he like tries to run, and he finds out he can run like super fast and everything. Wishbone. But he can run super fast and all. He's got like all this powers from these like alien legs, you know, that he's got. He's slowly turning into an alien. And then like come to find out at the end, like they had scooped up a giant like section of the earth, and they were actually in outer space. And like the kid kept trying to go to he was like, they had like scooped a giant section like a terrarium, and Lawrence Fishburne was in like this this either white or yellow like hazmat suit, and turns out it was like this robot alien that like it was only like the front of his face that was like the human part, and the rest of it was like robot. You couldn't see it until he takes off the suit, you know. And so they finally like kind of revealed to the kid, because the kid, all the roads were like blocked off. They couldn't go any further. So they tried to like steal a semi truck or something, and they tried to leave, and it just kept like leading them to nowhere. And what it was is they were in like this dome, and it's like they had scooped up a section of the earth and put a dome over it, and they were like flying through space through it. So they didn't notice that the sky was actually a different part of space they were in. You know, like they didn't know that. They're like, wait a minute, like where's the moon? You know, like how come the moon hasn't been around? And it was wild, dude. It's called The Signal, and they were following the signal so that to find a hacker, and then it turns into something totally different.
That's right.
It's a pretty good show, pretty good movie.
The hacker was an alien?
No, it was like a trap. It was like a lure. Like they had picked up on the signal, and it was like an alien signal, but they didn't know that. Like they thought it was this hacker, and it was like a hacker, like aliens were hacking, and they were trying to find people that could, you know, like pick up on their hack or on their signal and then trace it back and figure it out. And then they abducted them when they did.
Mm.
It was pretty wild. There's been some good movies. There's another movie called Death of a Unicorn. Have you seen that one?
I think I've heard of it.
It's got that girl, Jenna Ortega, in it. Wednesday Addams or whatever, the new show from Netflix or whatever called Wednesday. It's that. It's her, and it's a guy who looks like Paul Rudd. He really looks like he could be Paul Rudd's brother, Ant-Man. He really looks like he could be that guy's brother. I thought it was him, and I'm like, man, this looks like Paul Rudd from like years ago. You know, like it looks like his younger brother, slightly younger brother. But anyways, and then there's that guy from, you remember that kid in We're the Millers? He had like those kind of like Ice Cube. He was a white guy that had like Ice Cube eyebrows. His eyebrows were kind of like Ice Cube's eyebrows. They were like abnormally like angled. Remember that on We're the Millers? It was that the young kid that were traveling with Jennifer Aniston and the other guy and the girl or whatever, and he was like kind of innocent, you know, I didn't really know what was going on too much and shit. He's in it. He's older now, and he kind of got buff. That kid got buff, man. He's been working out. But it's supposed to be like a comedy / fantasy, but it's pretty gory for a comedy. I mean, it's just kind of unique, you know. But they basically they hit a unicorn on the way. Like Jenna Ortega and her dad are going to see his boss to talk about some fucking business deal, and they hit a unicorn, and then they like, it's not quite dead. Then he tries to like go ahead and put it out of its misery, and he threw it in the back of their car, and then they go ahead and go on to the meeting because it's important, but the thing still ain't dead, and it just starts all kind of fucking problems. And it's decent movie. It's pretty gory, actually. It's surprisingly gory. You hear unicorn and you don't expect it to be like a horror film, you know. They don't really advertise it as that. It's more of like, they call it a comedy fantasy, but it's more horror film than anything else. Like a comedy horror. Anyway. What are you doing?
It's raining. I'm looking outside at the rain. Rain, it's raining, lots of rain. All right. Does it sound rainy? Brain. What movie? Never mind. I don't know if I've ever heard of none of those movies. I don't keep up on movies a whole lot. Maybe some little some of the time. It took me a while to learn about that movie Idiocracy. Even.
All right, check this out.
I bet you thought I was fucking around when I said you got squiggly fucking worms in your fucking brain. You got fucking worms in your fucking head. This shit, your brain, did you fucking know that you have a brain? And inside your thick, stupid, worm-filled, fucked up brain is a big, squiggly fucking worm. And I have video fucking documentary evidence about it.
What the fuck?
Try to deny it, you dumb fucking worm brains. Ooh, you fucking can't. You mean half of the world's population really fucking does have motherfucking worms in their brain that can?
Yo, guess what? I listened to a just today. Fucking what's his name? Who's that? Who's that guy that played the new Arthur? Shit, he's got long curly hair.
Oh,
He's an English,
yeah, I don't
English guy. He's got like a woke, like not a woke, but a anti-woke channel, like where he talks about conspiracies and shit. Russell Brand, and guess what he said? And he even played clips of other people. They were going off on like John Oliver, ripping on RFK Jr., talking about autism, this like, you know, and all this stuff, you know, how it's like an epidemic of autism that's happening, and we got to find out why and stop it, you know, and all that. Anyways, he was like, he said brain worms. He said it like not long into the video. He's like, you know, these people that have brain worms or something like that or whatever. And then John Oliver even said a fucking worm brain or something like that. Like so like brain worms and worm brain is getting mainstream. Like they're all saying it within a matter of short amount of time. They both said it. And I thought that was awesome, dude. It all came from this video right here.
Control their motherfucking personality. Am I fucking telling you that? You mean with these fucking vocal cords that you wish you could rip out because you just found out that you got worms in your fucking brain going la 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 la, and you've been too fucking thick-headed to let anything in except whatever fucking fantasy world that you've been in, your little fag fantasy world, your homophobic fantasy world, whatever the fuck dumb, stupid fantasy world that you've fucking been in, you've been in it. And it's because you got worms crawling around taking a shit in your fucking brain. And that's what you got. You got squiggly worms and shit for fucking brains. And you know what? Now I got proof, and I'll shove it up in your fucking ass, twisting it the fuck around, hoping the fuck you come down here and rip my fucking vocal cords out for me, motherfucker. Because you ain't. Because I'm bigger than you, bitch.
I'm bigger than
video,
you.
documentary, fucking evidence now.
Documentary.
And you can't disprove it, you worm.
What's it like
brain,
seeing yourself this long
bitch.
afterwards? And
What the fuck do you think about worms in your motherfucking head? What? You don't think you got worms in your motherfucking brain? I fucking thought so, because I figured it all out. I found out that you have a big squiggly fucking worm infested in your God-forbidden shit-head brain, motherfucker. You ain't got brains. You ain't got shit for brains. There's nothing up here.
There's nothing.
A bunch of squiggly
Squiggly worm.
and I have motherfucking proof.
And I got
says
proof.
half of the motherfucking population
It
is
says your
infected
mom.
with the T-cell motherfucking virus.
T-cell,
turning you
bitch.
into a brain-dead zombie with no
You're a
motherfucking
brain-dead
personality
zombie.
whatsoever. Unless whatever the
You're a brain
germ
dead
warfare
zombie.
technology allows into your thick fucking head, and they have to inject that in your head through some
Inject
fucked
it.
up shit.
They gotta
gotta
inject it
flash
in your
images
head
in your brain and hypnotize you and fucking get
and
those
hypnotize
fucking
you
thick thoughts in there, so you
and get
become
the
the
thick
perfect brain
fucking
dead, stupid fucking robot like you
robot
motherfucking are.
fucking
And boy,
bitch.
are you a brain dead fucking robot.
You're a dumb bitch and a fucking robot zombie.
There's nothing
Fucking
in your head. There's nothing in none of your heads because you're all
Okay.
infected with a T-cell virus. You think you can think just because there's some guy out there named Albert Einstein that thought one day that didn't have a fucking brain worm. Well, I guarantee you what, you're no fucking Albert Einstein. You're fucking shit fucking brains. There ain't nothing in this part of your head. Nothing except squiggly motherfucking worms. I received a motherfucking death threat telling me they will rip my vocal cords out if I talk about these alien T-cell parasitic worms living in your motherfucking brain. You know what that means? I'm on the fucking shit now, boys and girls. Are they coming down here killing me right now? Blah, 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 blah. You got alien T-cells in your motherfucking brain? No, nobody's down here doing shit. Do something, you faggot-ass brain cell motherfuckers. Worms in your fucking head. I don't think you can do anything. You got worms controlling your every fucking move, bitches. Come down here and shoot me. Come down here and rip my vocal cords out. Fuck you pansy-ass worm-filled brain cock-sucking motherfuckers with no intelligence of any motherfucking kind. You're the brain dead. I have proof now, you stupid shithead motherfuckers. I have complete fucking proof now that you can't deny, where there's a fucking million other videos about this shit. It ain't just me saying it now. There's a million other motherfuckers out there going, I wonder if I got motherfucking worms in my brain, and half of them fucking do. Half of the motherfuckers in this world do have worms in their brain, and that's why half of them
What happened? He left. He got embarrassed.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're not answering. What the hell? I'm trying to call him on the other one. What the hell? Aaron, where you at? He's embarrassed. What the hell? Oh, man.
are completely dumb, and the other half have some kind of brain. But I've never met none of those people, maybe one or two, that have half of a fucking brain, but they're still brainwashed by the TV, sitting there fucking jamming images in their head. It doesn't matter if you got worms or not, it's still injecting these thoughts in your motherfucking brains, which you don't fucking have because you got worms shitting and pissing and fucking and farting in your motherfucking brain. And they control your fucking thoughts. And you're a shit-filled brain motherfucker with nothing, no intelligence. There's nothing up fucking stairs. You have shit for fucking brains.
Yeah, this is a classic. Classic Aaron right here. Classic. 15-year-old video. It's crazy how long it's been. That is ridiculous. That was his little apartment. That was that little apartment he was in Ohio, I think. He does the same thing. See? He still does the same stuff.
You're a motherfucking zombie, brainless bitch. All you do is spread worms everywhere. You don't do anything else except use your mindless
That's a classic right there. He hasn't changed a bit, saying the same thing. Does the same exact thing. That's crazy. I mean, he's changed, yeah, but it's funny though. Mannerisms and all, it's still the same. That's nuts. That is nuts. That is too cool. Oh, Aaron. Good old Aaron. All right, let me remove that. Let me see what else we got here. I'm gonna see if I can find something else. Yeah, that was me working on editing stuff. Old footage, man. That's some old stuff. Old stuff, man. Old stuff. Let me remove that. Let me add. Let's see what else we got in here. Just going over, just looking through some old files. Let's see, what is this? They hadn't quite got it down yet.
Guys, trigger warning. Trigger warning. Don't watch the video. It's going to trigger you. Don't.
Yeah, it's old school. Foodie Pie days.
It's not worth it. You want to fight me? Well, bring it. Come at me, bro. Come at me, bro. Come at me, bro. You want some of this? You want some of this?
This is stupid. Let's see what else I can find. Just stupid shit I had from just stuck in my editing files.
Is on the right.
And just when you thought we were slipping, oh yeah, right back at you. Now, you wanna step up and get your cranium cracked? Step on up. I remember the name, Mighty D.R. And we put in work. Yeah. Understand this, my homie Dre can't be touched. Bending over, who's getting stuck, busted. I thought I was sleazy, I thought I was a punk, cause I used to hang with these animosity. They just speak with the smoke and yo Dre. What up? Break you that I got to get with got teeth in your mouth, so my gas got to fit with my sack on your tongue. So while you're on stage rapping at your
sissy boy.
And I'ma snatch you backside to show you how death row pull off that loop ride. Now you might not understand me, cause I'm a Robbie and confident blast you in Miami. Then we gon' break to South Central on the street, now this mission as I steps in the
That was James D trying to be all gangster because of Tiffany. Jason Sebastian Bentley. That was too funny. They both end up banging her. That's too funny. Oh man. Oh yep. Good times. Good times. Let's see what else I got in here.
Why are you looking at me like that? Write your letter. Write your letter. Oh,
Monographs.
baby.
Disturbing video.
Are you
Very
finished, my
disturbing.
dear?
That's yeah, this is the disturbing video.
Okay.
Monograph made a long time ago. Look at this. Look at this creepazoid.
You like that, my dear?
Like
You
he's
like
jerking off.
that,
What the
my
hell?
dear?
This is the creepiest shit.
Baby.
This isn't art. It's so far away from being art. It's not even funny. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Does that remind you of the man on top of you walking there?
God, that was such a creepy video. Look at all this. Look at him. Let's see. That's some old screenshots there. That's crazy. All this. Wait, what? What's that? Oh, how about that? That's some little screenshots there. 2011. Huh. There's some information there. Huh. Interesting. I haven't looked at this in a long time. Let's see here. What else we got? Oh, wow. I don't like seeing that part. Oh, man. Some nasty stuff on YouTube, I swear. Really nasty stuff on YouTube. That was the creepiest video in Monograph ever did. You had to take it down. You got flagged too many times for just the creepiness of it all. Monograph doing all this creepy shit. Good God. Forgot about all that, but this stuff here with Shang 13A and all at the end. There's troll channel doxing him. Little piece of information there. Interesting, huh? Huh, interesting. Yep, that's old school stuff right there. Let's see what else I can find.
How's everybody doing today? I certainly hope
Oh
you're
yeah,
doing
this
well.
one. When we hacked him.
The audio might
We hacked
be a little
Monograph.
bit
That was
higher
funny.
because I'm on my laptop.
This one, the video was called
The,
FYI Hacks Alert.
microphone is a little bit more sensitive than my camera. Anyway, let's see. As you probably noticed, let's see, the last 3 days there's been quite a lot of activity on the Monograph channel. by all these trolls.
He was scared shitless. He was even on a borrowed laptop. He was scared of all the stuff that we had done to him. He was scared, boy. God, he was scared. And he was like calling for help. Mr. Technology was calling for help. And it was just us fucking with him hard. That was funny.
I'm placing these just horrendous comments on my page. Now let's see, the first day, I just ignored them all. And they came in waves, you know what I mean? It wasn't like they were coming from a video or some sort of outside YouTube account. They came in phases, you know, like all at once, and then they'd die down for, I don't know, a couple hours, and they'd come in again. So it is my opinion that it's 1, 2, 3 or 4 people maybe at the max. Let's see, the second day I started to block and delete, and of course screen cap them all, which I have hundreds of screen caps already. I see the third day I did the same, and now we're going into the fourth day. Now
that was 4 days solid of just bot attacks on his system, and it just did not stop for like 4 solid days. I think it was actually 5 days we kept doing, but it might have just been 4. I don't remember, but I just know we were laughing our ass off, and he just shut it down. Boy, he was fucking scared. It was funny as shit. Mr. fucking Loudmouth shut the fuck up for a little while after we got tired of him. That was funny. God, that was funny. And yes, it was us. Absolutely us. I'm not going to say who else, but I was definitely part of that.
here's the thing. I know this sounds very odd. It is odd. I've never seen anything quite like it. But here's the deal. The people that are making the comments are really not making the comments, if that makes sense.
We had access to so many people's accounts, and we just started making their accounts just say whatever we wanted them to say. It was awesome. God, that was awesome. So many people got hacked. Oh, God, that was great.
In other words, someone is manipulating YouTube, and they're grabbing random accounts, and they're placing these outrageous comments on the channel. But the people, I know this is confusing, but the people, when you go to click on their hyperlink to their channel, it's going to take you to their channel. But here's the catch. The person that it's going to take you to, they truly are not the ones making the comment, which is crazy. So, this is what I'm going to do. First of all, let's see. I'm going to leave the comments up. I'm not going to delete them. I'm not going to block these channels. I'm going to leave all the comments up. And I would like everyone not to respond to these people. I would like to get 10 or 15 in a row, so that way I can contact the YouTube staff and let them figure it out. Plus, I will send them a hard copy facsimile and give them my technical opinion of what the hell's going on. Not that I'm anybody, but just a hunch. Now, for all of you that have the slightest inkling that what you're reading, you know, may or may not or whatever you're thinking in your mind, I'm going to help you out with this, okay? If you have any little doubts or questions, in the link below, I'm going to leave the CBI, which is the Colorado Bureau of Investigations. And I encourage anyone, please, go file a report. Do it right away. And by the way, it is required by law that if you believe that a crime is being committed or has been committed...
Yeah, a crime to have comments on your channel you don't like. That's a crime. Look at him. It's just funny. I always say he turns into such a bitch when he don't understand something. That's too funny. God, that's funny. He's still a bitch.
It is required by law that you do make a report. Okay? So please do that. I encourage it. Email or call them up. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. Okay? And you point them to all these comments. Please do. That'd be awesome. Because it's garbage and it's nonsense. Okay? Now, here's the other thing, too. This is something the NSA is not going to tell you about. This is something Mr. Snowden hasn't burped out of his mouth yet that I'm aware of. But let's see, I've been in telecommunications for 21 years. And, I don't know if you know what a voice stamp is. A voice stamp is a recording of your voice that they have recorded and archived somewhere. So let me give you an example, hypothetical situation. If you decide one day that you're pissed off at the world and you're going to call in to an airport or train station, bus station, government building, or some corporate headquarters, and you're going to lodge some sort of, let's say, explosive threat, yeah, that's been recorded. And with that recording, they're going to get your voice stamp. They're going to put your voice stamp into a computer program that is going to figure out who you are. They're going to do an audit of the last 30 days, 3 months, 6 months, and then they're going to go to your house and arrest you. Okay? Because your voice stamp is unique to you. It's like your fingerprint. There's only one instance where two people could have similar or identical voice stamps, and that would be identical twins. Okay? That are both male or female or whatever. Okay? You know, that's just the way it's going to go. If you think you're going to make some sort of anonymous tip on your computer, highly doubtful, because that's too is being recorded by 6 entities minimum. Okay, and that's going to be your machine, and then your ISP is going to have it logged. And then, of course, YouTube and their ISP, and then, of course, the person that you're making the comment to, their email address and the ISP of the email holder, okay? And then all the other creepy dudes in between. So it's going to be very unlikely for the average Joe to, you know, think that they're going to sneak around and be a ghost. Nah, it's not going to work out like that.
You know, we did.
But
and it did work out that way. It did work out that way, Monty. Idiot.
Thing I think I've ever seen. And again, I've darkened out these screen names, even though those comments are still there.
He was going after everybody that, and I mean, just all kinds of random people. He was doxing. He was losing his fucking mind, trying to figure out who was doing it, who's behind it all. What's happening? I don't understand this. This ain't right. It was fucking epic. God, it was epic. Watching him lose his shit for damn near a week solid, dude. That was awesome. Then he took down this video. I made him take down like 5 videos all at once when he went after the network the first time. His pothead video, when we doxed him, and Neola Moreno, that scumbag piece of shit that was like under federal investigation for, you know, taking advantage of disabled people, trying to run a house that's like dilapidated. And it was basically a big giant Social Security scam. And he was living with her in her house, and we doxed him down to within an inch of where he sat. And he had to take down the videos that proved all of our documentation and Google Earth and Street View and everything proved that he was in fact at that location at Neola Moreno's house, Nijolemoreno. You can Google or YouTube that right now. There's still the video is still there. I forget what account we put it on. It was like a throwaway account, but it's still there, and it's just titled her name. And she was in a Organo Gold coffee scam. It was like, again, taking advantage of old people. She just wouldn't stop. Like, that was her target, was just old people taking advantage of them. And Monograph was in there yucking it up with her when they went to, where was that? Where'd they go? They went to, what was it, Bennigan's or something, or TGI Fridays or something like that, and harassed a waitress started, sexually harassing a waitress, and he had to take that video down. He thought he was being a slick, but he was like just being vulgar and sexually harassing a waitress. She had to walk away in disgust and everything. And he was too drunk to realize he was being, a fucking predator. God, he did so many fucked up things. God. Anyway, let's keep watching.
These people are not making those comments. Again, someone is manipulating the YouTube comment section.
Yep, that's what we did. There were some bots that we could run and make them say whatever we wanted them to say, and it was epic. God, it was epic.
So, for all you channels out there that this is happening to as well, I would encourage that you do the same. That you let 5 or 10 of them load up, and then do both scenarios. Send an electronic email to YouTube, and maybe notify the person that this, has happened to, so they too can get it on record.
So now, none of this would have happened if he hadn't fucked with my family. He wouldn't have gotten his ass handed to him. That's funny. This is old shit, man. We're talking years and years ago. Years ago. Years and years ago. I have water under the bridge now, but it was epic when it was going down.
Record, and then of course send a facsimile to the YouTube staff, so that way somebody has to actually pick it up out of the facsimile machine and read the damn thing. Okay? Because I'm pretty confident that YouTube will be able to figure it out, and they'll be able to see who's behind it, and then...
Nope, they never did. They never figured it out. Nothing ever happened. You had to take down your videos about it. That's what happened.
Take action, whether it's prosecution or otherwise. Anyway,
This was supposed to be his scary video that was supposed to make it all stop.
That's the big ball of wax. I'm Monograph, and if you can't speak freely, you're simply not free. Have a good...
And that coming from the guy who will shut you up as soon as you say something he don't like. Yeah. If you can't speak freely, you're simply not free. But that's for me and not you. That's how he was. And he probably still is that way. I don't know. He'd just go after you and try and harass you until, you spend the money. And that's what he always says. Spend the money. Take me to court. Do me all this stuff. Harass the fuck out of you. All because you said something he didn't like. Or criticized him some way, or pointed out something he didn't like. And then he was like, oh, that's it. That's an opportunity for me to just lose my fucking mind and go ballistic on you. That's him. Still is. Oh, Monty. See, what else do I have in my little bag of tricks here? Let's see what else I got. This ain't really called with me messing with my buddy. You can't hear me though. I'm there.
Where's dinner?
Well, I thought you'd be home a couple hours ago, and I put everything away.
What is this? Pizza?
You had just called me. I would have known what...
Dinner ready. It's pizza.
Honey, please don't be so loud. Please don't... Let go of me!
Get in the kitchen!
No!
You want to see what hurts? That's what hurts! That's what hurts!
This
is the new KFC Boneless Variety Bucket. 100% premium boneless white meat chicken the kids love. 4 crispy strips, 8 boneless honey barbecue wings, and a large popcorn chicken, all for just $9.99. Bring back dinner at KFC.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
I got them everywhere. I don't know where the
Oh,
fuck
you're
they are.
cutting
They're
out.
everywhere,
Whoa,
though.
Tana.
I got got some in the
Whoa,
back room. I got
Tana,
some in the
Tana.
garage.
Tana,
So,
your
This is
shit
when I
is
ordered
fucked.
Tana pizza
Unplug
again.
it, replug it.
I ordered him pizzas and shit.
No,
I paid
no,
for it.
she said my shit was fucked.
actually a
Oh, it
gift.
was. It was going.
He wasn't doing so good at the time. He needed some food.
All right, I'll grab it.
That's my Bradley Cooper look like buddy over in Seattle or
It
whatnot.
does. It looks wicked awesome. Hell yeah.
We're talking about that in the background.
Hell yeah. So, okay. See, I love crust, actually. Crust is like my favorite.
So he just got a knock at the door. He didn't know.
The crust is the best. Yeah.
Okay, you guys ready?
Yep, ready. A reveal.
Okay. Just the other day, I was clearing out pizzas that said from Mr. E, 2014. It's a long time ago.
Damn.
And the only reason I'm not in the closet right now is because I get the most internet. Obviously, you can see me.
The way he says it.
So,
We start laughing
Pizza
about
Hut.
that later on.
I asked her if she had any like peppers. And, okay, you're gonna die.
He just
Don't worry
said
about
something gay again, Mr. E. Did you hear him?
Yeah, we're
The
talking
only reason
about
why I'm not in the closet.
why he's not in the closet. We always make
Okay,
fun of
this
him.
stuff. Number one.
Ooh, yum.
What is this? Whoops.
Eat one.
I got a garlic nut covered in tobacco ash.
He actually
Yep.
ate it off before. That's funny.
Ew.
Yep. Okay. I almost feel like I'm the unmentionable. Starts with an M.
Who's that?
And then here's the dinner box.
Yeah, that looks cool.
I hooked him up for the weekend, I guess, or whatnot.
It's in the other room. I got a couple of these motherfuckers in the other room. I didn't pick them up.
Yeah, I ordered him extra sauce.
I'm pretty sure.
I think a 2-liter or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I got a shitload of sauce. I got like two of
That's
them.
a lot of fucking food, bro.
That is a lot of food.
Dang.
And I'm gonna fucking just look at me right now. Take a snapshot, because next week I'm gonna have a fucking double chin. That's bullshit. You can't do that. You can't do that.
He was mad I sent him pizza.
You can't. Oh yeah, and I got a bunch of. You can't do that because I can't do it for you.
Later on, he ended up helping me out when I was in need. But yeah, I was the pay it forward.
He
stuff.
said you can't do that
PBJ,
because now I can't.
PBJ, you don't.
You can't
I'm
do
gonna
it
be
to you.
making more. Pretty shit.
Yeah, you're locking up, dude.
Anywho, all right, so that's enough of that one. I guess that's about it for this stream. I think it's been a long time. Been streaming all day, on and off. Guess I'll make this an end. All right, y'all. Have a good one.